Alrighty. Hello. Welcome back. Alright, Roth here. We've got a stack of magazines here, more so than last night. So last night we played a little bit of Mario Kart 64. You know, this little game here. We played it on the Switch digital version, and just reminiscing about how great that entry of Mario Kart was. Very nostalgic for that one. Probably one of my favorite entries in the entire series. And how I mentioned how I miss the onomatopoeias. So when you do like a big land on the ground or do a jump off of like a ramp, it would have like the poof or the boing, you know. They would write out the text for it like comic style. So the onomatopoeias. Then come to find when I watched the Nintendo Treehouse event earlier today, when they showcased the new Mario Kart World, they brought back some of the onomatopoeias. So that was really cool to see. And yeah, I feel like you know, there's a chance that, you know, we might see a lot of the throwbacks to some of the old you know, little references to like the old Mario Karts, and namely seeing some courses from the Mario Kart DS, as well as you know, seeing the onomatopoeias in Mario Kart 64. I made a tweet about it in response when they posted it on Twitter just early before I hopped on, and then I got busy trying to dig up some old magazines from storage to see if I can find some of my old Nintendo Power. Unfortunately, I only found like another portion of magazines, but not specifically the pile of Nintendo Power that I would have. But I know it's somewhere up there. If not up there, then probably somewhere else that I have to dig further into to find. Anyways, this was that Mario Kart 64 player's guide that I was mentioning about last night. But yeah, we got to play the a little bit of Mario Kart 64, and then we went through some of the old magazines, such as GamePro and Electronic Gaming Monthly, and we stopped somewhere at this issue of GamePro from 1994. So, and you can tell like how used it is, because I used to sift through this one issue of GamePro a whole lot. I was a big fan of Mortal Kombat series, and Mortal Kombat 2 was like the hype in that year still. Hey there, Bun, welcome back. Bun is a longtime friend of ours. He's been there since I think since the Ustream days back in like 2008, 2009. So I've known him for a long time. So when we were streaming on Ustream and Blog TV, you may see his username in some of the archive videos, such as the Animal Crossing City Folk ones from 2008, 2009, whichever year it was. I think both those years. So here's the Mario Kart 64 player's guide. I'm gonna sift through it a little bit. Not gonna probably show a lot, but you know, because there's a whole lot of magazines to go through, and I feel like I should probably segment some of these magazines to like a single session. So maybe so last night we were able to fit in like what, 4 magazines? 1, 2, 3, and then I guess 3.5 if I want to count this one. But yeah, there's a whole lot more. I might not be able to even get to the Nintendo Power magazines, but I could probably just show like a little preview of it. Because I know I found the Nintendo Force magazines, but I couldn't find the rest of the Nintendo Power ones. So let's go through this guide first. So this is the Mario Kart 64. Yeah, today's also Burrito Day. There's a few days, but then out of the days that seemed interesting enough, I think the Burrito Day would fit the most. There's also Independent Artist Day. Then I figured that, you know, there's a bunch of like artist days out of all the days. So it took a couple more minutes to set this up. I had to search up like 90s wallpapers to use as a background. And yeah, I don't have any music set in the background anymore, so I could turn on the Switch and then hook that up and then use that as a background. But I can probably do that probably in a little bit, because I was trying to go live before it hit midnight, and right now it's just like 5 minutes past midnight. So hopefully it counts as like the day, because we've been hopping on later and later into the night, because, you know, during the day it just gets so busy. and trying to keep up with game news. But I was skimming through a little bit of the Treehouse event that they streamed earlier, like a 4-hour session, I think, of Treehouse, and I was trying to make screenshots of the Mario Kart world, and I noticed that they were doing like they included a whole lot of new, maybe old items. So the Mega Mushroom is back. I don't think they showed the Mega Mushroom, but I saw that they had like a gold shell that when you shoot the gold shell, it would drop down like gold coins for you to collect for any racer to you know, drive by and they could collect those coins, which is pretty neat. Sort of reminiscent of getting the gold charges or gold, whatever it is, like I think it's like a charge or something for the F-Zero, the newer F-Zero 99. There's been a lot. I looked at Twitter. My Twitter tweet is Twitter feed. I can't even talk right now. Twitter feed is filled with little references to Mario Kart World, where the Moo Moo, aka the cow, moving on, is now playable as a playable character. So back during the 64, and again, Mario Kart 64 seems to be the most influential of these later Mario Karts. Mushroom Cup we played last night. Moo Moo Farm, the Moo Moo is available to play as a playable character in the new Mario Kart, upcoming Mario Kart that's gonna be releasing later this year. And yeah, I guess Monkey Mole is also playable. I think I read that there's gonna be a total of 84 characters playable within the Mario universe, so that is pretty wild already. And who knows if they'll add more. I'm sure they'll possibly add more. But yeah, now we have this camera view, so it's a little more easier, and hopefully the video footage is a lot more clearer. We're shooting in 1080p, by the way. Twitch, YouTube, DLive, Trovo, Kick, Beam, Soup, and Noise are some of the platforms. I'm not sure if that's all of it. Let me check the properties and make sure the camera is sharp as can be. Because we have like a 1080p camera that is the Logitech C930, if I recall, something like that. I could probably turn on another lamp to make it shine more, but we're using just one lamp right now, and hopefully it's just not, it's still readable. The text is still readable. Could probably do exposure. Exposure also kind of helps, but it also makes it look sort of like wavy looking or ghostly. It has like ghost effect. Unless I turn it down, then it has less of the ghost effect. Look how much clearer that is. But then everything just goes dark, or at least a little bit darker. But I think somewhere around -4 is probably the way to go. Unless I turn on another lamp to help with the lighting. So this strategy guide would help with strategies, of course. Grand Prix versus mode. Moving on. Koopa Troopa Beach is definitely coming back in a remake. So they're remaking Koopa Troopa Beach for Mario Kart Tour, or Mario Kart World. Keep thinking whether it's World Tour, World, or Tour. Tour is the mobile game. But yeah, Sand Trap, okay. Yeah, we were playing some Koopa Troopa Beach yesterday, and beginning and then like ended the stream with Koopa Troopa Beach as I performed the little shortcut there. Tunnel travel. So strategy guy would also, talk about the shortcut there. A couple of shortcuts though, see. So red arrows there, you can see where you can cut through from there to the beginning of the track. You can cut through here. There's like a little, when you watch the waves wash over, the shortcut to the tunnel is over here, but you need like a mushroom to go through it. Then you come back the other end, and then this one here, I think it goes like this way, it curves out this way. And then on the other end is over the waters on the side. This is just before you get to the ramp, the big long ramp, and over the big rock. I think this might be the rock here. So cut through here, tunnel, come back around here. You can grab an item and then go across the waters, like how I showed during last night's stream. And then the finish line might be right there. So yeah, that is the shortcut for that course. They brought that course back to Mario Kart 7, and that was a 3DS game. Oh, here, they show the the map now. Tactics, Novice, Intermediate. These are the time trials, I guess. And now it shows like the more visual of the map. There you go. I used to do a whole lot of time trials back in the 90s on the original Kart. Possibly not that Kart, possibly my neighbor's cartridge. We got the editing tour set up over there. There's so Twitch is doing like their whole like April Fool's events, I think this week, and they have 4 new categories that you can stream on, and Y2K is one of them. And you see Y2K, there's hauls. Right now we're on halls, so I can showcase my collection a little bit. So these are just magazines that I collected since the 90s. So I set that as a title. And we're probably not going to play any games tonight. Just going to go through my game magazines instead, because I don't often get to show this. So this would be a good time to do it. Toast Turnpike. I feel like I would probably showcase these another time. Maybe not under halls. I think under retro, I think would be a neat idea, or even under the category of whatever game guide that is specifically tied to. So like Mario Kart series or Mario Kart 64, I can just show this and it will just relate. And since I like to keep it all organized, and then it will all be archived over to YouTube. But so there's Y2K, halls, snack time, and double trouble. Yeah, double trouble. This Choco Mountain. I like seeing the rendered art. So there's like 3D rendered art. Probably one of the first times we ever get to see Mario in 3D form was either through Super Mario 64 and or Mario Kart 64, which is pretty neat. And hopefully the video would be counted as April 3rd, because now it's past midnight and it's already April 4th. But we're like about a minute. I think even if it's like a minute before midnight, I believe it still counts as like the next day, which is unfortunate because I wanted to hop on as soon as I could. Yeah, trying to get things set up. And yeah, there's the old Wario Stadium. See, it's a massive big cut when you go over here. Me and other players I would play with both locally back in the day, and also even playing through the Switch version online against our friend Big. Like we would both try to do it, and there's archive footage of it too, where I would successfully go over it, and then it would take it would take Big like a few more tries to get over it, to catch up. But then by then I was already gone. I was already finished with the chorus. So there's screenshots in there of the of making the cut. I think I was using Wario, and then my friend Big was using Yoshi. Wario and Yoshi were my two most used for Mario Kart 64. And then after that would be Toad and Mario. Sometimes Luigi and sometimes the rest of the characters, but usually just stick to those. There is Sherbert Land. I'm not sure if they'll ever bring this back. They brought this back for Mario Kart Wii. And then I don't know what after that. I think it might have come back for Mario Kart 7, if I recall. I'm not sure. It's like a retro course. Very icy one. There's Peach. Take that. There's also a banana badge. I like how the corners have a banana. There's a banana badge, global banana badge for Twitch, by the way. And I think today is the last day, or I guess April 4th. That is today. And I think within 24 hours, the offer is going to end. So all you have to do is just share a clip from any channel you want, and also if you're a broadcaster, you can just download or share your own clip, and I think you get the badge in a few days. Hey there, Josh. Welcome back. Josh, I saw your reactions and and the review. I don't know if you caught up with the treehouse stuff yet, but there's some good stuff to find. I took some time to watch the treehouse, and I took some screenshots of some of the things I noticed, and they brought back some of the onomatopoeias So you want to see those screenshots, you can check your Discord. I posted them there as well, and also tweeted it. But yeah, I'm looking through the Mario Kart 64 strategy guide. Got a whole bunch of magazines I want to sift through. These are some that I would read a lot as a kid, just going back and forth. Some of them are no longer in like good condition. Like I think the worst one is this issue of GamePro. So yeah, I think after like during while I was playing Mario Kart 64 last night, I thought to bring these out and set the category to hauls to see how some of these older issues of EGM and Nintendo Power were like. But yeah, it does bring back a lot of like things that I forgot about. Like I don't remember even the X band. X band was a thing where you can connect it was like an adapter to connect to the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis, and then hook up like a phone line, and then you can play online on the Super Nintendo and the Sega Genesis, which is pretty wild for the time. And of course you had to pay like a fee, like a $30 fee or something like that. Just $30 for the modem, and then like $10 monthly just to play, just to have it connect online and stay connected for like a month, which is pretty neat. But I guess by then, maybe back then it must have been really expensive. In the 90s, I don't know how to word that. In that time, it must have been really expensive just to have that phone line or service. But that was pretty neat to see. And yeah, seeing some of the old ads from some of those old game ads in those game magazines, it's like wow, it's like we went back through time. So a lot of this week, I feel like the past few days has been like a throwback. I feel like tonight would also be a throwback to some of the 90s era of games. So we're talking like N64, Sega Saturn, and PlayStation. So just going through the Mario Kart 64 strategy, and I really miss this edition of Rainbow Road. Probably my favorite of the Rainbow Roads still to this day, with the music, the length of the course, the entire design of it. I miss the chain chomp. In the newer remake for 8, the chain chomp would bounce, boop 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 boop, and if you're unlucky enough, you can get crushed by it and get knocked over. But in the old one, it does like a Pac-Man chomp thing, zigzagging through. Like it doesn't bounce. It has that chain chomp, waka 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 zigzag. So when you get hit, you would bounce upward. And there would be like a big jump. I don't know if they show it on here, but we used to always go. I would play locally with my neighbors, and we would jump from the start. Where's the start? I think it's over here. So we jump from the start, boo, and then curve around, and then try to land on this spot here. It was tricky to do, but everyone was going for that. And we try to see who would be the first to land on that spot each time from the start line. And there would be like these neon, I'm not sure if they call them constellations, but like neon images of some of the characters. So you can see the Boo there. There'll be a Bowser one. There'll be a Donkey Kong one on the outside. We still kind of see them in the remake for Mario Kart 8, but there will be like fireworks that would display them, but not in a way like this. I feel like it's more magical in a way like this for some reason. I don't know. Something about like just how they made it the first time, and just I don't know. Just the imagination of that, and how it exists in this this darkness, and there's no other stars around. I don't think, from what I recall. I guess there are some small stars like constellations and stuff, but not as visible as how it is in the newer version, the 8. So I guess yeah, they do have like little specks of stars there. Start to center there. it's more blocky looking than how it is in the new one. We're almost at the end there. Oh, look at more images of a Mario. Time trials, showing strats on how to do your time trials, get the timer as at least as you can get. When to use the mushrooms, when to not use the mushrooms, drift, mini turbos. They call them mini turbos, I guess. Not so much drifts at the time, I guess. Not until after the whole racing scene. And then there's battle mode. Seeing some of this art. It's pretty neat. I feel like I need to resize the window a bit for the camera. I quickly browse like a 90s wallpaper. I wanted to make my own, but I just went to look for like a 90s wallpaper. Found an Adobe stock image there, set as the background. What else can we find here? Kart Wars. Winning the war. One wage class warfare. Image of Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong now has a brand new game called Donkey Kong Bonanza. This is how he looks back in the rare days. They continue to use it for Mario Kart 64. Bowser and a Yoshi. Yoshi. Block Fort. Nothing like Block Fort. I feel like even to this day, I feel like the battle mode for the Mario Kart series, this Block Fort cannot be topped to this day. I think the closest follow-up is the Double Dash version of Block Fort. I forgot what it's even called. Big Donut was another classic. Lava at the center, and then it just goes around. Skyscraper will be like a smaller version of this, but similar, where you can fall down the center, just like Big Donut. And I think they brought back the Skyscraper in some shape or form, but I don't remember which. Double Deck is a great one. Oh man, this one, Double Deck would be a great one to play under the Double Trouble category for Twitch. There's a Skyscraper. It's easy to fall towards the center, but they also have like a little ramp. But if you have a mushroom, you can just jump over it to grab some more items. But remember this, having either a mushroom or a star, it was easy to fall down, because like even the edge right here, you can also fall down that way too. So you can easily fall down the Skyscraper, and then so that part, and then this part. I'm not sure you can actually go off the far edge. You may recall. Very dangerous course. Okay, now we're getting to the secrets here. Small and equal. So what does it say here? Even lightweight carts can have big impact when they meet another lightning bolt zapped cart. Heavyweight racers get cut down to size and sustain the same amount of damage as lighties. Oh. Yeah. Slipstreaming. So they call this slipstreaming. I guess drafting will be the other term. I do remember this too. I used to call it slipstream as well, but I think ever since like Mario Kart Wii and onwards, it's been renamed to like draft or whatever it's called. This occurred last night too as I was playing. Spin out there. You gotta watch out for the heavies. You don't want to hit the heavies. Diffuse mini bomb. Which one's this one? You see, press R button when you're about to crash with the mini bomb. You're lucky, little mushroom. If you're lucky, little mushroom, you'll avoid potential devastating crash. Oh, forgot about that one. That's basically a jump when you try to jump over it. It's happened once before, and I didn't know what it was, but I guess that's one way. Because yeah, when you jump over the bomb, you're cutting off the fire from having it lit. So that was pretty neat. Extra bounce. Yeah, when you do like a high jump, I think you get like an extra bounce when you use your mushroom and stuff. There's mirror mode unlocked. No buts about it. Which one's this? The creatures you meet in Mario Kart 64, such as crabs on Koopa Troopa Beach and snowmen in Frappe Snowland. have the curious distinction of having no backsides. No matter what angle at which you approach them, they always face into the screen. Oh, right. It's the animation of the snowmen. I think they call them snowmen, because they're not the ones that would toss snowballs at you. Those will be the Mr. Blizzards, I think. Mirror mode, yep. And then rocket jump. Which one's this one? Maneuver combine the rocket boost with the extra bounce trick. If you're at the back of the pack, get a rocket boost off the starting line and hop just before you hit the cart in front of you. If you time things just right, you'll bounce off the back of that cart and soar over opponent's head. Okay. Yeah, so they act like a wall in a way. So when you boost at the right time and then jump at the right time, it's like almost trying to perform the shortcut in Mario or Wario Stadium, and then trying to jump over that wall. You can do like a bigger jump and go over it. So yeah, that Wario Stadium course. They're also bringing back Wario Stadium from Mario Kart 8, I think, whichever iteration that was, over to Mario Kart World, which is going to be interesting. Seems like it's going to be the same kind of course, but we'll see how that goes. I don't think they showed it during the treehouse, but it's okay. There's going to be another direct, and simply just focusing on Mario Kart World, this coming, I want to say the 17th of April. So we'll definitely see more details, whether or not the game's going to have battle mode, and whether or not battle mode would have like its own stages. We get to see, and yeah, pretty curious to see what else they have. Let's see, cruise the castle. Yeah, this is where you can get to check out the castle in Peach's Royal Raceway. I mean, I think in the later iterations, like in Mario Kart 8, you cannot go to the castle anymore. Maybe Turbo Extra, Guest Ghost, Bombs Away. Oh yeah, you can. Oh, I forgot about that. You can land the fake blocks, the item blocks, the fake items in the sky, and it stays in the sky like that, in the air. So others that try to hit it or try to go off the ramp, they could possibly hit that fake item. That was a cool. That was a neat thing to do. Great way to strategize. Scroll for speed. I'm not sure there was one here. Fastest experience in Mario Kart 64. Turn to the versus mode in DK's Jungle Parkway, which has the fastest scrolling track in the game. Split screens of the versus mode seem faster than single screen views. If that's not fast enough for you, add even more of a thrill by using one of the lightweight characters, Toad, Peach, or Yoshi. You increase the speed of scrolling even further by switching to wide view during a race. Oh right, I forgot about that. Wide view. So that's basically a widescreen mode. I forgot about that, man. Huh. Item chart. So here were the items in Mario Kart 64. You got the single mushroom, triple mushroom, super mushroom. That is the golden one. I would call that the gold, not so much the super mushroom. I think over time they start to update the names a bit. We got single banana, multiple banana, or banana bunch as they call it in this one. Fake item block or fake item box. Single green shell, triple green shells, red shell, triple red shells. There's a boo to steal item, and then spiny blue shell, or spiny shell for short. Lightning bolt, and then superstar. You are a superstar. Oh, there's another image there, chart of it. I don't know why the last one did not have. Oh, okay. So these are the items when you're in first place. Wait. Items in item order chart. Not sure what that means. Maybe it depends. Let's see, item chart. What is 1, 2, 3? Oh, I thought it would be like maybe different modes would have them or something. Certain items to appear. Times to beat. So I guess these are like preset times in the game already. They got to beat before they start counting. The winner's circle. You got the Mario Brothers. Oh, Luigi's holding like a bouquet of flowers there. It's pretty neat. You got Wario with confused looking Wario. He's got one of the flowers in his mouth. Yeah, I do miss the Grand Prix celebration. Congratulations. Oh, and also they got some stickers here. Stickers to plaster on your binder or something. See you in the winner's circle. Wow, they look pretty shiny. And then there's more Nintendo Power stuff. Oh, that's the issue. That's the old issue of a Nintendo Power. So this strategy guide, you can get this from subscribing to Nintendo Power. I was subscribed to Nintendo Power during the N64 era, just after getting Ocarina of Time. And yeah, I remember I think my friend back in '95. Actually, like more so '96. I think I went over his house, and I think by then I was a big fan of Mario Kart, especially Mario Kart 64, and got to visit his house. And then he had a few issues of Nintendo Power. We were both in the 6th grade, I think, and then we were just catching up. And I was looking at some of the issues that he had of Nintendo Power, and they would have like one that's like focused on Mario Kart 64. So I would always look up like shortcuts, any new shortcuts that I hadn't yet know about. But yeah, this is the official strategy guide you can get from Nintendo Power, just for subscribing, and you can like choose to select whichever strategy guide that they offer. So they would have that. They would have like a Zelda one, and so on. Let's see what else. We got Smash Brothers. Issue of Smash Brothers. This is just a strategy guide from Brady Games. Yeah, Brady Games. So this is something you can just pick up from the store at the time. And let's see what they have. I love the art. I do have my copy of Smash Brothers on the 64 in box to my left, but it's kind of out of reach. I can't reach it with a single hand right now. It's like it's out of arm's reach right now, but it's over there next to the other box of Mario Kart, or I mean N64 games. But let's sit through this real quick because we got a lot to go through. Oh, I used to play a lot of the 64. I feel like I spent the most on 64. From memory, I would go over to my neighbor's house, a different neighbor that would have the copy of the game, and then play it there, and I would learn how to play it. I was mostly playing using Link. I think Link was my go-to character. Link, Samus, Pikachu. That was a big, I don't know, it was a fresh, new, fun fighting game. After coming from like Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, Killer Instinct. And yeah, Smash Brothers was like the next big thing. I was wondering why, like, there was no Street Fighter on N64, from what I recall. Because after Alpha 2, there were no more Street Fighter games on Nintendo. They mostly went to, it was still in the arcades, and it was still on PlayStation. And a lot of the RPGs went over to PlayStation. A lot of the fighting games went to PlayStation. So Mortal Kombat 3, I got to play that on PlayStation, my cousin's PlayStation. But I think we had Mortal Kombat 4, or aka Mortal Kombat Gold, however it's called, unless that was like the Dreamcast one. By Dreamcast, I mean the Sega Saturn. Yeah, Sega Saturn, not Dreamcast. Oh, there's the lamp there. Lamp just like sliding away. I have to catch that in time. I'm afraid I need to adjust that another time, so in case it tries to fall down again, I'll try to. I don't have to like worry about it falling down. All right. So this shows some of the target practice thing. Target practice course. I used to, man, used to try to figure it out on my own. So back in the day, I think it was just around, roughly around like 98, 99, 1998, 1999, so around there. We didn't have a strategy guide at the time, so all we had was just the game, and we just went by natural instincts, trying to figure out how to get that one last target. So sometimes it just requires another person there to spectate, and you know, we'd have two brains to think. So it was just my one other friend who's also there to play. So we would I don't know, I would just go over their house and then we would just play whatever's on N64. There's like Mario Kart 64, there was Smash Brothers, Super Mario 64, there was the Cruising series, the Cruisin'. So Cruisin' USA, Cruisin' World, those were the big two. Beat Adventure Racing. There's a whole lot of N64 games, mostly the popular ones. And yeah, I could play a whole lot of it, and enjoyed it quite a lot. They also had like a Game Boy Color, so I was able to play Pokemon Yellow the first time. Meanwhile, at home I would have Pokemon Snap, and I would bring Pokemon Snap over to play over at their house too. So that was the whole, like, you know, way of playing games back then in the 90s. Is you either have people coming over to your house or you go over another person's house, and then vice versa, you know, and you would share games that way. Or you can, you know, rent games from Blockbuster or local video shop that would have them. And yeah, and then yeah, it's just sharing is caring back then, and just knowing people and just, you know, being more well in tune with friends and neighbors and stuff. There's Samus in the Vario suit. Samus. I think at this time I was not too familiar with the Metroid series or even Earthbound. Even though I think Earthbound came out like a year before this or a couple years before this on the Super Nintendo. Last night we actually showed, I can probably show it again, but an issue of EGM would have the advertisement for Earthbound, and the ad for it would have like the scratch and sniff, which is pretty neat. So I could probably show that again. All right, let's see. And now it's Yoshi's turn. I used to use Yoshi, but not too much though. We'd have the egg shot. Yoshi's Story was another one that was on SD4. I do like seeing the art of the characters though. Pow! There's Kirby. Oh, I did use Kirby a lot. Kirby was like one of my mains as well. But I think back in the 64, I used Link. Both Link, Kirby, and then after that it's like Samus, and yeah, I don't know. Mostly those guys. Sometimes Mario here and there, but there was Mario and Luigi that were really very similar in the way they move and stuff. Their move sets. Yeah, Kirby would have that spinning attack, like he drops down and does that slash thingy. And then here comes Fox McCloud. He would have the ray gun, the laser blast. Smash Brothers. Like the whole like sort of Toy Story intro for Smash Brothers. One of these days I need to, you know, maybe boot up the game on the Switch or something, and then maybe play a little bit of Smash Brothers. And there's Pikachu. I've got that, you know, I also use a lot of Pikachu as well. My neighbor also used Pikachu a whole lot. Oh, and I've got the block that you can do. There's a circle orb that you can do a block for. Right around the time when like Pokemon Snap was out, Pokemon Stadium, and yeah, I would play a whole lot of Pokemon Snap. Probably one of the first games that I bought for myself was with my own money was with Pokemon Snap. And Ocarina of Time, I think Ocarina of Time was one of the first ones. It was Captain Falcon, Seeing that F-Zero GX is coming back with the GameCube selection of GameCube games for Nintendo Switch Online, and I feel like they're gonna try and ramp up and see garner interest in possibly a new F-Zero game. I think that's their main goal is maybe to oh my gosh, there's 2 pages here that's like bent. Fix that as soon as possible. Oh man, I like it when that happens. Okay, but yeah, so GX is the GameCube game, and that's going to be landing on the GameCube service for Switch Online, and you're able to play multiplayer, both local and online, which is going to be a neat new addition once the Switch 2 arrives. I'm not sure if it's only Switch 2 exclusive. I think the GameCube library is a Switch 2 exclusive, if I recall. There's Jigglypuff. And I think it will support the video chat as well. So there's like game chat now that has, it can hook up a camera, whether it'd be like the first party camera or like another compatible camera that would hook up through the USB-C. And may possibly have to use like an adapter for it to work, and then it will pick up your whatever you point the camera to, and then pick up the voice. You can also choose not to use the camera; it's just an optional thing. And the microphone works the same way as like WeSpeak peripheral, and the microphone is like built into the console itself, which would pick up hands-free and headgear free. It's just nice that you don't have to wear it. It'll just pick up the sound, and then it has noise canceling, which is neat. And then it will just show your icon bounce around. Maybe you're not using the camera, so whatever you set for your Switch icon, similar to how I have it set for my Me avatar up there. It'll show, the voice, that the voice is emanating through the microphone. There's NES Earthbound. Sadly, they canceled Earthbound 64. It was going to be a 3D game. I think Itoi must have been sad when they had to cancel that game. And then ever since, they had not been a new Earthbound or Mother game until the GBA. Yeah, Super Nintendo. Like after Super Nintendo, it was just that one entry on the Super Nintendo for North America. Meanwhile, in Japan, there were I think up to 3 entries. There was the Famicom one. There was a Super Famicom, aka Earthbound, and then Mother 3 was on the GBA. So that came out in a time where like we were heading into the Wii era, shortly into the Wii era. And then that was the end of the Earthbound series. It was just that, those 3 games. And I think since then, they only have put out Earthbound 0, aka the Famicom game, for digital format, and then regular Earthbound, aka Mother 2, for the US, so you can get that digitally. For both the Wii U, I think, and then Switch, regular Switch. 1-player mode. Oh yeah, I remember Chansey in the Pokemon stage would pop out of the stage. Chansey. That's an image of Link there. Oh, they're also bringing back Soul Calibur 2 for the GameCube selection of GameCube games for Switch Online. More images there, smaller form. Mario with the coins. Mario Brothers versus Donkey Kong with the ground pound. Like you would have the hands hitting the ground. Oh right, was Metal Mario a thing? Oh man, I forgot about Metal Mario. Holy moly, man. That was a cool feature. And then the Master Hand. Polygon Team. Fighting for Polygon Team. Man, I forgot about these guys. These were the boss fights when you play a single player mode. One of these days I have to get back to it and maybe start a new save file on the Switch version. Bonus awards. There's a whole lot there. Secrets. Earn Captain Falcon. Earn Jigglypuff. So these are unlockables. Unlockable characters. The Luigi. And then Ness. And here's the last page. Mushroom Kingdom. Oh, nice. Based on the Super Mario Brothers sound test. You can listen to the soundtrack. Item switch. Custom items and stuff. Alternate colors. Yoshi and I think Yoshi was the only one. For every one of the 12 characters in the game has 4 colors. 4 different color schemes. Oh, nice. Totally forgot about that. And then there's the back there. How long are we at? We're about like 47 minutes in now. This was $12.99. So yesterday we got through Wizard Magazine. Let me see if I can actually put YouTube on for the Switch. I'm gonna connect this to the capture and possibly set. I don't know what I want to set for the music. I could probably bring up like Nintendo's channel and maybe play some music from there. Let's see if I can find anything here. Nintendo America. I don't know if there's gonna be any if you can find any music. Maybe Yoshi's Stories music. Or even, I don't know, what's it? Oh, you know what? You can probably play Mario Kart soundtrack. Whoa. Don't want to enter. Let's see, Mario Kart soundtrack. Mario Kart 64, I think. I don't know why it's not typing the way I'm trying to type. I'm trying to delete that I, but it's not deleting the I. Mario Kart 64 soundtrack. I think I'll type in OST. Well, let's hope that Nintendo has not deleted some of these things. Okay. Yeah, because now they have like a mobile app to listen to soundtracks now. Let's see, OST. What, this one? This one's like a 50-minute one. Looks like it's playing an ad. I don't want one that has like playing an ad and stuff. Let's put this in. Set it to capture. And then I'm not sure if this is gonna bring up the Switch. I have to resize it. Oh, there you go. Let's tuck that underneath the cam, or even the background. Okay, now it's hidden. I could probably keep the size the same, and then just lock it. Don't know if the sound is coming through. Let's see if you can try to adjust from the other end. Is it not playing? Huh. Oh no, it's not even connected to the Switch right now. It's connected to PC. I have to use my Joy-Cons for this. Let's see. Okay, let's see if that's coming out. Okay, it's definitely coming out. Cool. So yeah, we dug through Wizard Magazine. This is more of like a comic, but it would have like ads for games. like Beyond Oasis on the Sega Genesis. Some of these have been clipped out. So you want to see me go through this issue here, you watch yesterday's stream. And some surprising stuff. Some I haven't seen for like years and years, possibly decades. But it's neat to go back to some of these issues of Wizard Magazine. Old Wizard Magazine to keep up with what's going on in the comic books world. While comics were getting popular back in the early 90s. There's an ad for Judge Dredd, the game, based on the movie, 1995 movie with Sylvester Stallone. Super Nintendo, Genesis, Game Gear, and Game Boy. Notice how like the Sega systems don't have Sega in the name, it's just Genesis and then Game Gear. Sometimes that's how I write it out too, just like Genesis, and then Game Boy there. From Acclaim, Judge Dredd. Right. I might have to save this to a different location. Oh my gosh, there's just not enough room here. Here, I'll put it on the ground. Alright, let's make sure it's not too loud. Was that the battle mode music? Alright, so EGM. Yesterday we went through this, and yeah, let's see, actually resize the camera real quick. Would have to readjust all this stuff. Just gonna recenter it. Oh my gosh, now it looks like we're watching a TV here. There we go, something like this. And I could probably add like a filter to darken up the background a bit. Although it would be neat to have a dark background. Actually, you know what? We have to find like another background that's like 90s theme, but also with like a darker color. That would be neat. But I think trying to do it like on the fly right now is just gonna take a little bit of time. Oh, this one's pretty cool. This one's like another 80s. Let me try this one here. I'm gonna swap the background back and forth. Stream. Let's see. I don't know where I can find my folders now. I'll just save it. I'm gonna save it in the same folder here. This is let's see. Background. Actually, you can probably make it so that it rotates across. Or I can just change the current one to this new one that I want to get. Oh, there we go. Ooh. We got a Yoshi one. Back to the 90s. Okay, so yeah, this was the issue that had the both the Batman Forever with Val Kilmer, may he rest in peace. He actually passed away a few days ago on April 1st. Chris O'Donnell used to draw the guy. Probably one of the first characters that would draw like lifelike, more realism style. And I didn't know that was like a thing. You know, I just you know, thought to draw like a human character, you know. First images of the Ultra 64. This was the Nintendo 64 reveal. So this was back like July 1995. Just roughly around when like PlayStation was coming out. PlayStation 1, I mean. 32X. So summer of 95. Yesterday we saw Breath of Fire ad here. I was, you know, making comments about it. And how I didn't realize Squaresoft was also in part with the first Breath of Fire. I remember a friend of mine loved Breath of Fire. Man, a lot of these pages have been like cut out. I was trying to cut out piece of the letters and stuff, so I can make straps to tape onto VHS tapes to the title of movies that's on there. Try to flatten these out. Yeah, these they're starting to get in like worse condition the more I flip through them. They're pretty old, considering, you know, it's been more than like, I don't know, 30 years I think by now. Donkey Kong Land ad for the Game Boy. Showed this yesterday. He's gonna flip through these real quick. Some funny stuff. There's always an art section. There's the Ultra 64 logo. Nintendo Ultra 64. Press start. Some more on this. There's the X-Band thing that I was talking about. This would connect your systems online in dial-up, and then you can play with other players online. They would have matchmaking too. More Kombat. Oh, $2.99 here. Let's see what that says. It's when they announced the price for the PlayStation. $2.99? PlayStation is a CD-based game system built around custom-made proprietary chip created exclusively for the PlayStation. Multiple specialized processors work in tandem. Let's see, number is now over 300. Could hinder rather than help launch the system. Wait, let's see. Let's see. Sony to deliver knockout price point to PSX consumers. PlayStation like Canadian geese heading south to avoid the impending cold of a ferocious winter. Sony has added a number of game developers and publishers to their ever-growing PlayStation licensee lists. Number is now over 300. Okay, 300 developers. Trying to see where they. Okay, here we go. Okay, so announced Saturday. Wait, let me see. So Sony Computer Entertainment of America jumped into the ring recently by announcing the that Saturday, September 9th, is the day that they will officially launch PlayStation 4, $299 and $349. The $299 announcement made by Sony at Museum of Contemporary Art of LA took Steve Race 2 seconds to announce and months to determine. At $299, the unit may or may not come with a game packed in, but at the $349 price, one game will be packed in the unit, although no formal announcements were made as to what the game may be. Okay. Yeah, because seeing how expensive nowadays consoles are, and the Switch 2 is going to be launching at $499 with a bundle with a game. I think Mario Kart World is bundled in, but base model console itself, or just a system alone, is going to be $449. So that's going to be neat. Sega hopes to run rings around competition with early release of Saturn, releasing September 2nd. This is back in 1995. Then launch the system on May 11th. Wait, let me see. Announced September 2nd and then launch May 11th. Okay. Extend payments here. Sega Saturn sells for $399 and to $499, and is bundled with Virtual Fighter at the bottom there. Interesting. Let's see what year this would come out at. I think it was like 1995 or something. 1994, 1995. All right, let's get through these real quick. Review numbers. There's a Luno Silver Star ad. Eternal Blue. Is there an E there? E back there with the ribbon? Prehistoric Man. Oh, here's the Earthbound ad. First is Vector Man. Vector Man. Dracula X. Primal Rage at the bottom there. Donkey Kong Country 2 for Super Nintendo. So here's the Earthbound ad. Warning, use only in well-ventilated area. Be sure to get your windows open. because this game stinks. And this is scratch and sniff. You can see the circle there. It doesn't have a scent anymore. I tried it last night, and when you try to scratch it, I would scratch this a whole lot when I was a kid. I guess by now it's just been worn out. And I remember over time it started to like weaken up, like it started to have less of the scent. And then I would also go to this side here. This side we have like the pizza slice, so you can actually sniff it. And it would, whenever I sniffed the pizza one, it would have, each one would have a different scent. And I remember the pizza one would have like this very spicy scent, like a very punchy, spicy scent. That's the only way I can describe it. But I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it. Nowadays, it doesn't work anymore. And that circle that you see, the imprint of it, that's the scratching part of it. It's probably one of the few advertisements that I remember that would have a sort of like scratch and sniff, other than like perfume samples in magazines and stuff, like some of those things. It's kind of like that, except this time you had to like actually scratch it, and then it would refreshen the scent, and you can actually sniff it. So when I do it now, I won't be able to smell it anymore because they ran out of scent. But yeah, this is how they advertise the Earthbound game. It would come packed in with the strategy guide in a big box. There's the strategy guide. I don't know if they would offer it during Nintendo Power. You get to refresh our memory about that. And yeah, this issue was EGM, the one with Batman Forever on the cover, and images of Ultra 64, and July 1985. Yeah, right in the middle of the issue. Congo, we saw that yesterday. A lot of Mortal Kombat. Anything that had Mortal Kombat screenshots or artwork related, I would pick up the issue. Because I would stop by like food stores and stuff. They would have like the magazine stands. And the first thing I would pick up would be the game magazines. EGM, GamePro, sometimes Nintendo Power. Here's a Street Fighter live action movie from '94. And a game based on it. Gone over it yesterday, so you want to look back at the archives, you can find it. Some cool artwork here for Gunner's Heaven. Very anime. I want to do a session where I go over my my anime magazines, 90s era Japanese animation, and I also have like CDs. I can probably bust out my CD collection and show some of it. I think my friend Bun, who's also in the chat, lurking around, he could probably appreciate some of the my trance collection, both tapes, CDs, and vinyl. There's a sports section. They would also do giveaways, so there's Earthbound again. Giveaways here, you can sign up. Open a computer, Jaguar, Super Nintendo, Sega systems, 3DO. And here's Earthbound review. This was back in '95. Judge Dredd, we saw the advertisement for that in the Wizard issue of Wizard magazine. Pretty cool image there. An RPG called Secret of the Stars, Tecmo. From Tecmo. Star Trek Deep Space Nine, the game for Super Nintendo. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Super Nintendo version of Ninja Gaiden and Ninja Gaiden 2, 1 and 2. Exo Squad, based on the show, 1995. Pretty cool sci-fi series. Comic Zone, yep. Sega Genesis, of course. Kirby's Dream Land 2, Super Nintendo. Well, Game Boy, even. Yeah, that's Game Boy. Regular Game Boy. I remember borrowing, I mentioned it last night too, but I remember borrowing. I always remember my classmate at the time would let me borrow his Game Boy for the weekend, and I would play Kirby's Dream Land for the first time, and play it over and over, like 3 times. Then when I returned to him, he's like, "Wow!" Almost in a way, not as much as surprised, but surprised that I used up that much battery on his Game Boy. I think it was like a bad WoW, not a good WoW. Donkey Kong Land, Primal Rage on the Game Gear. this is the ghost Boo house area. We got some more Batman stuff, Nerf or nothing. Towards the end, they would have catalogs and stuff. Prices for game systems: Neo Geo CD for $4.99, Sony PlayStation for $4.99, Panasonic Rio for $3.99. But yeah, and then there's like bunch of like anime stuff. Japanimation video, that's what they call it back then. So you can buy like VHS, Laserdisc, spelled with a K instead of a C. More than 100 titles available on video. Call for free catalog. Oh man, wish I could have called for a catalog. Accessories for Super Nintendo and a Game Boy. Arcade Pro. Interact by STD. Then Punisher, the Capcom beat 'em up game for Genesis. Interesting. No wonder why I never got to play this one, because it was on Genesis. But yeah, you can run but can't hide. More comic related. Let's put that one down. I think last night we quickly sifted through this issue here. Yeah, there's a lot to go through. Here, let me see if I can adjust some things real quick. Wow, wow, wow. Alright, so Electronic Gaming Monthly. Hopefully the soundtrack would last us for a while. Wait, I need to also insert this in the other chats. Burrito Day. Oh, it looks like noise is actually working again. I'm trying to reroute it from Beam. I think Beam is now working again, which is strange. Yesterday it was not working correctly. Yeah, I think it cut off like DLive about an hour in or something like that. So that archive is no longer available on that end of the internet. But let's see. Calamari Desert. Alright, some more EGM. Electronic Gaming Monthly. Virtua Fighter 3 update. So this is issue August 1996. Tetris Attack. Yeah, so this yeah, we showed this yesterday too, and I would point to the silver Game Boy Pocket, Game Boy Light. I think it's Game Boy Light. Yeah, it would have a speaker in the corner too. Super Game Boy to play on the Super Nintendo. Sadly, Nintendo had not put out anything like that since the Game Boy player for the GameCube. Wish there would have been one for the DS, so you could play DS games on the big screen, but not anymore. I guess by then they were thinking to re-release the games in digital format to play on the Wii U, and I guess that was the only time for that sort of thing. 3DS was a big no. There was no way to play 3DS games on the big screen. Would have been nice. Here's an advertisement for Blockbuster. I just bit my tongue. Ouch. Oh, there was a giveaway there. Just look what you can win. Clip here for a head start. Blockbuster Video Games of Summer. Complete this card for an automatic chance to win thousands of prizes. Rent 4 video games, get 1 free game rental, plus automatic chance to win the ultimate game room. It is the game room here. Interesting. Imagine having like a really small house and not having enough room to put all of these in. There's NBA Jam, there's like a TV, and a bunch of, oh, there's a PlayStation there. Lava lamp speakers, oh man. Oh yeah. I was surprised to see that the Jaguar had a VR. Not many, VR was like sort of on a rise. And then, you know, Nintendo would have their Virtual Boy for the VR experience shortly before the N64 came out, sort of like a appetizer before the N64. Oh, look at the girl here. Girl is happy playing some VR there. I think Sega had a VRR, but I'm not sure it was like well received or anything. But I do remember Sega having one. CyberMax. My device is already fully charged there. Just heard a beep from it. Specs for, what is this? Dino visor for Takara on LCD projection headset. HMD head mount display Dino visor. CyberMax. I think of Max, the comic character, the show that used to air on MTV, along with The Head and Eon Flux. There's parts of the N64. There's the expansion memory I showed over here. Better scene last night because I repositioned the N64 over to the corner. I had to remove my monitor off that corner so there's a little more room to shift things around. Ballerina Shinden, I mentioned how I still have the disc for the first game, and that you can plug it into like a CD player and it will play the soundtrack for the PS1 game. Takara. Yeah, they haven't come out with another Toshinden game for a while. Many years. And then there's the TV there with big speakers. I was joking about how you had to like sit so close to experience that. Sega Saturn. Saturn dials up X-band service. Oh, so yeah, they added Saturn to compatibility. Wow. So you can hook up like 2 cables. Phone line. I'm not sure if you can make calls while you can use it. There's an advertisement for Die Hard Trilogy for Sega Saturn and Windows and PlayStation. Fox. So I guess by then we would have 3 Die Hard films. There's reviews, the reviewers of EGM at the time. I remember Sushi X would be a regular. Some more VR stuff. Virtual eyeglasses is what they call it. You haven't seen this before. Just because you have to go to your room doesn't mean you have to stay there. Here's the ad for Lufia 2. I think the previous ad was in the GamePro issues, which I'll probably go to next. Yeah, I think it's better to have this set as like a separate video rather than having it bundle up with another game for stream. And we're doing this live too, so anything can happen. Although I'm sort of sifting through it quickly, whereas last night I went a little more in depth with my thoughts about each of these advertisements and stuff. Heart of Darkness, computer game sampler, free with 2 wrappers from Gummy Sabers. I remember those candies. Konami Sports. Guardian Heroes. I remember that one on Sega Saturn. Guardian Heroes. The screenshots there. Boom, 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 boom. Slammin' and Jammin'. Slam and Jam 96. Bust a Move. I used to play that a lot. kind of like a Bubble Bobble. Pretty much is Bubble Bobble. And then I was commenting about like how I was a big fan of The Crow, 1994 with Brandon Lee. And then it's the advertisement for the second film, and how like movies, games, and comics were well integrated, even advertising themselves in each other's magazines and stuff. White Zombie, who else? Deftones, Iggy Pop was starring in this one as well. Korn was also in it. Oh. Yeah. Second film was okay. This was The Crow, City of Angels. I do admire the logo. It was different. It was kind of like how the Mortal Kombat films, like the first movie, 1995, would have the general Mortal Kombat symbol with the dragon. And then the second film would have a piece of the rock, the stone would break off, and you see the body of the dragon popping up in view for the logo and stuff. And I guess the same thing happens for, like, there's a new design for the upcoming Mortal Kombat films. New live action reboots. First one came out, did alright. Now there's a second one coming. Hopefully it'll also land on streaming service, HBO Max. It's just called Max now. Shining Wisdom advertisements. Street Fighter Alpha 2. Now we get into the Street Fighter 2 or Street Fighter Alpha 2 section here. Sakura will make her appearance, as well as Nash, aka Charlie, before he turned to Blanca. Made a cutout there. I think it was Ryu that I wanted to get or something. Made a mistake. I kind of now regret cutting out some of the pieces, some of the letters. But I think, from what I remember, is that a lot of the EGM magazines and GamePro and stuff, I would use these magazines, but I would not cut out any of the pages in the Nintendo Power ones. For some reason, I care more about the Nintendo Power issues rather than like EGM and Game Inform and stuff. Because these were more like general coverage of games, past games. It's Crash Bandicoot. Dragon Force. As I mentioned last night, we have a local team, just a group of friends. They would play a lot of football and stuff, and they would name themselves Dragon Force or D-Force, DF. Psychopath KO. I really like some of the old '90s ads for in-game magazines and stuff. Oh, it's Rainbow Road. Some more Star Wars for PlayStation. A little bit ghosty on the camera, but it's okay. Not much I can do. Unless I plug in the other lamp, it'll probably look a little more bright. Maybe too bright. But I also have to find space to plug it in. Remember last year, you say yes. Anticipating this year, you say yeah. First stop, Mall of America. Oh, this is the EGM Super Tour, 1996. Huh. Didn't know they were touring. Oh, here's Clay Fighter 3 that never released. I don't think it ever released. I think I mentioned this last night too. It's gonna be on PlayStation, but they never put it out, I don't think. At least I don't recall it playing it. Virtual Pro Pinball. Oh, here's Virtual Fighter Kids. One of my favorites on the Saturn. I used to play this one a lot. Try to unlock a whole bunch of stuff. I think I remember like 1 or 2 little secrets or codes. But I was able to unlock Durrell and then be able to play as Durrell. But you had to like know the code to use her or something like that. I love Virtual Fighter Kids. No one really talks about Virtual Fighter Kids these days. This Magic Knight Ray Earth RPG game based on the show. I think they released it at the same time to promote one another. Dark Savior. Pretty cool CG. Very reboot-like the way it looks. They probably use the same software or something. Sort of also reminds me of the art that was made for Castlevania 64, which I also have the guide for. It was actually a hand-me-down from my uncle. He bought the game, and he also bought the guide for Castlevania 64. And then when he moved, he would hand the games to me. So I think I still have that somewhere upstairs. I need to go grab it. Lemmings Land, World Heroes. And here's the sports section. Supersonic Racers. Oh, there's actually not even bass related to music, and not the so it's a bass masters pretty much. Learn to play bass like a pro. The other one is bass fishing, I think, on the Sega. Up here's the subscription for EGM, Virtual Fighter in the front. Tecmo Super Bowl, PlayStation and Sega Saturn. Oh, here's the that Dream Team basketball ad again. Although this is a different ad this time. Like the scribble font there, pretty stylish and street. And this one's also pretty stylish fonts. Reminds me a lot of Mr. Sam from Earthbound. Surprised the Earthbound ad did not use this font. Maybe it wasn't created yet. Get nuked. Interface. Letter of the month. Of course, I love the art section. Each magazine that I look at when I'm at the store and stuff, newsstand, I would go towards like the art section of that issue and look at some of these submissions and stuff. So there's a Goku there, young Goku with a N64 controller, Earthworm Jim, there's Mortal Kombat, Toshinden 2, and some more Dragon Ball Z stuff there. I think that's probably like a Guyver Zoonoid. I'm not sure if it's Guyver related or maybe Dragon Ball Z, but I don't recall that being Dragon Ball Z, so it has to be like a Zoonoid from like Guyver. Then I still don't remember which Zoonoid that is. It does look a lot like it, like it's from Guyver. Some of these catalogs here would, as in the previous issue that we saw, would allow us to like mail order some anime stuff. So like tapes and posters and whatnot. And then there's a Resident Evil PlayStation there, just around the time when it was coming out. Some more anime stuff here. Hey Josh, my take on the Switch 2 pricing is a little more than expected. My initial reaction when I saw the price was like, oh. So initially I thought it was gonna be like $399. You know, that would be like the base price just for the system, $399. But they bumped it up to $499 or $449 for the system. This is kind of similar to how I felt about the Wii U when they announced the Wii U pricing. When majority of us thought it's gonna be like, $299, about $300, but it turned out to be like $350 or $349 or something like that. So it's like $50 extra just for the system, with no games bundled. And then like $499, basically $500 for the system and the game. Digital version of the game at that, not even a physical one. It would be awesome if they include the physical bundled with the system and not a downloadable. Like I would love to have the physical version of it and not having to, not have it. I'd rather have the physical and not have the digital. I mean, not have the physical than not have it. But yeah, physical all the way, but I think I have to get the bundle if I want to save So I had to go that route. I had to go the digital route. I feel the same about the Wii U when they made it so that you had to decide between the white version of the Wii U system or the black version. Of course, you know, I had to get the black version because it would have more space. More space, more storage space is more important than the color themselves. Although the Japan version of the Wii U had the 32 gig white and 32 gig black. In Japan, it was Japan only. If we had got the same thing for America, I would have gone for the white version of the Wii U. With the same specs, you know, same storage space. I don't know why they even put out the 16 gig at all. Make it 32 all the way. If they're only doing 32 the most, make that the standard for all the systems. Don't even come up with the 16 gig at all, unless they're cutting the price on that. I don't know if the 16 gig was even lesser price than the 350 of the black one. So that's another thing. That was the issue for the Wii U launch at that time, like me having to decide between the two. So now with the Switch 2 coming out, I have to go with the digital, you know. Otherwise, I think going the base system with the 450, and then a physical copy of Mario Kart Mario Kart World physical, which would be $80 in the US, it's too high price. I feel like it should still be like around the 60, you know, 60 at most. I'm not ready for like a $70, $80 game. It's tough enough trying to keep up with like $70 price point for like Tears of the Kingdom. But man, I don't know. I feel like the rest of the way should just be like 60. Mark it down to 60. And you notice like how a lot of the comments on their live stream. By the way, they took out the they disabled the live chat for the Treehouse stream, day one stream of Treehouse, and a lot of the comments were bring down the price, you know, drop the price already for for the Switch 2, which I feel is a good way to tell the company. And if they're wondering, like if Nintendo is wondering, oh, what does the audience think about Switch 2? You know, now that it's been revealed and shown, and what do you think about the price and stuff? This is what the internet is is trying to tell Nintendo. The price is too high, and let it be known, you know, let it be known that the price is too high for the system. I don't know. I think 450 would be a good bundle with the game. Oh, I don't know. I think I'll be fine with the 500 as long as it bundles with a game. But then I feel like it needs to be a physical game and not digital. Yeah, make it physical, so that way it means way much. It means more. I don't know. I think it's a better deal to have it physical versus not. I think base system should be like $399. Yeah, $399. So that would be 400, and then 450. I think 450 should be bundled with the game, but then I don't know. They can do whatever. It's them, you know. It's that side, and then the rest is just, you know, it's up to the customers, up to the audience to speak with their money. So there's gonna be a group of people. It's gonna be divisive. There's gonna be a group of people who are gonna buy it no matter what. I'm already they've already, you know, got a hold of me because, you know, I've been playing Nintendo games for decades. You know, like look at all these magazines. You know, I've been into video games since, you know, early days, late 80s, early 90s, you know, and all the way up to now, to 2025, still playing video games as like a, I don't know, Like we're almost like 40 years old. But yeah, I mean, I want to keep up to date with what Nintendo's putting out. And, you know, I love the Mario Kart series. I've been loving the Mario Kart series. That's why I still have, you know, Mario Kart 64 over there. And I feel like even this past gen, like Mario Kart's franchises has shot up in popularity. People who have never played Mario Kart or haven't played Mario Kart for a long time, they're hopping back with that entry. You know, 8 Deluxe is that big entry. Best-selling title on the Switch. You know, previously it was on the Wii U, but for some reason, you know, like it was an afterthought, quote-unquote afterthought. Even ex-employees from Nintendo had mentioned, like, oh yeah, no effort with Mario Kart 8. They just put it up on the Switch, and then it just shot to popularity after like a few years. You know, why is that? You know, how is that possible? And why is that? You know, because it's like a game franchise that's like easy to get into. Maybe it's, I don't know, the online play that just has those features other than like voice chat and all that. I guess there is voice chat now if you use the app, the mobile app. But it's just an easy game to hop in, hop out. And even now, it's even easier with Mario Kart World. There's this one thing that made me, I don't want to say disgusted, but it's too strong of a word just to use that. I don't know if you notice, if you watch this treehouse, there's a new feature that is automatic, that's made automatic now, that made me think that this is going to be opening more doors to the broader audience, and for especially for folks who enjoyed 8 Deluxe, or 8 on the Wii U and 8 Deluxe on the Switch. The game is a lot easier, but while also bringing in new features, and that one feature that's become automatic now is, if I can try and remember it, it holds the items back now. You don't have to hold the button to hold an item back. It's automatic now. So upon your reviewing of the video of the direct, the Switch 2 video, direct, the reason why that bomb or that bullet bill was set behind Mario or whichever character it was, is because it's now automatic to bring those items back. Whereas before, prior to Mario Kart World, you had to be holding a button to hold some of those items back, such as I don't know, like I guess bananas would be automatically back. Can't think of another item right now, but there was an item that you can just hold back. I think the shells, like if you get like a triple shell or something like that, or even a single shell. Yeah, single shell green. You can either keep that not in view and just, you know, by default it'd just be in the box, the item box in the top corner or whatever, until you press the R to hold it back or something like that. And holding it back, that just requires a little more step, you know, like a little more skill. But you don't have to hold that anymore. It's automatically set back, so it appears automatically, I assume, in the newer game. So I don't know. That's gonna change a whole lot of things and maybe make it a little more open. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know what they're doing with the new Mario Kart. But everything else I like. You know, the course designs. I think gameplay mechanics is going to be a little more open for new folks to get into. We'll see how it goes. I'll still buy it. They still got a hold on me with when it comes to Mario Kart. The one thing that that makes me want to, you know, the urge to get a brand new system at launch, is whether it's two things: Zelda game, brand new Zelda game, or brand new Mario Kart game. You know, they're the two franchises. But if it's like a Mario platformer, I can do without for a while. I can probably just skip the launch. But if it's like a brand new Zelda, I would definitely get it. Brand new Mario Kart would definitely get it. So I'll likely get it at launch. And now the tough part is deciding between the digital and the physical. So it may just have to be the digital. I think the digital bundle. Pricing is just, I don't know, off the rails at the moment. Everyone agrees. I think 90% of the internet agrees with the pricing. If they had put the physical edition for the $499, or yeah, for the $499, Switch 2 SKU, I think it would be a fine price for it, because it means that you're getting a deal along with the game bundled in. And yeah, I don't know. It seems like, I don't know. I don't know what other detail I wanna say about that. Anyways, like, let me get to this last page of this issue here. So here's the anime section. There's a VHS of Guyver, one of my favorite series of all time. I have that on VHS. I have few of the episodes on VHS, and then the rest on DVD. Mostly on DVD for the better quality. And I have the newer series, the remake, on Blu-ray. So actually, it's actually up behind me. Got a whole stack of them. And let's see what else is here. La Blue Girl, if you know what that is. It's up for order. There's some Sailor Moon stuff. Trovo #1. It's a PS1 game, I think, with art from Amano. No, not from Amano. It was from Akira Toriyama, who does like the Dragon Ball Z art and Blue Dragon. But oh, there's Tekken up there. Some Dragon Ball Z and Sailor Moon posters. Some Ranma 1/2. So it's a little store there that was specialized in some Japanese import there. Popular franchises at the time in the mid-90s. Pokemon wasn't even out yet. Once Pokemon came out in the late 90s, it was you know, it was a big moment. America was not ready. I guess they were, you know. They did come up with a movie in 1989, which I got to see. I'm not sure I even had the card that they gave out for that movie anymore. Oh, speaking of which, I was supposed to bring down something else that was anime related, so maybe I'll save it for a different day. I would type that for Game Shark. And then Resident Evil at the back there. First Resident Evil. So it's a magazine ad. Big close-up of an eye, and then in a reflection of the eye you see the first zombie turning his head back. If the suspense doesn't kill you, something else will. Wow, I never hear the victory theme here, the reward ceremony, in this tone. The chords are a little bit different. Resident Evil there, the crows. Yeah, it was before even the director's cut was a thing. All right, so I think we covered some of the magazines that we went through last night, and we're only about like an hour and 40 minutes in. All right, let me see. Try to find some water here. Bum, 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 bum. I think the music is done. Let me check it real quick. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. It's another good soundtrack. Mario 64. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, let's do Snowboard Kids. The soundtrack for Snowboard Kids has been released for from a label. I'm trying to remember. Was it Fangamer? I think Fangamers has put out like a vinyl release. Search. Why can't I not? It's weird how I cannot search properly with this. Man, I had to like back out and then search it again. Snowboard. Oh, did I press it right? Nope. Snowboard and kids soundtrack. Or OST for short. And okay. Okay, this one's gonna be, oh, there's 1 and 2. Let's try this one here. This one's like 2 hours and 58 minutes long. Alright, yeah, let's put it on this one here. Joy-Cons, you go back onto the system. I'm gonna keep it 90s around here. Oh, Donkey Kong Country. Press that up by accident. I don't know why they make it so that the left and rights are. Let's go back to Snowboard Kids. Right. I'll just probably keep the Joy-Cons loose so that they don't interfere. So this is that issue of Game Informer mag. Game Informer is actually back, by the way. And I don't know what happened to the cover. The cover's been torn off somehow. I don't know how I got this issue though. I think it must have been like a hand-me-down or something. So I don't know what which issue this exactly is. Oh, this is January 1927 Game Informer in the corner there. Right on the Chocobo. 97. It's hard to see it because the camera's like not really focused. Oh, let me see if I can actually adjust the camera real quick. Get to look more focused. Let's see. I don't know why it's not doing it on the fly. Apply? Oh well. We got Lara Croft there, some characters from, I want to say, Final Fantasy VII. Oh, Killer Instinct Gold, Cruisin' USA, Mario Kart 64. For reviews, Final Fantasy VII, Soul Blade. Oh man, Dragon Force on the Saturn, Daytona, Virtual On. Oh man, Dragon Force ad. Gosh, this issue is like falling apart. So I gotta be careful with these. NBA Hang Time or Hang 10 or something. Let's see. Hang Time, okay. Let's take a look at the art here. Mortal Kombat Infinity? What's this about? There's the address for Game Informer magazine. January winner, Toby Lopez. We got 2 Sega franchises, Mario, Crash, in one image. Everyone was all about like the mascots. Oh, there's Lobo. Bring back Lobo. Wow, he's from Fall Rivers. That's like a couple towns over, I think. Massachusetts. Ryu, Super Mario 64. Oh, that's gotta be a Xenomorph right there. That's a Xenomorph for sure. I always admire that art. Scorpion, Jade, Crush. Envelope art. I always wanted to send like an envelope art in. Here's the ad for Dragon Force. Saturn RPG. Kids to adults. Gotta be careful when turn the pages here. Star Wars. Shadow of the Empire. Never got to play this one. Konami Sports. Oh my gosh, I'm gotta be careful what I have written on here. Wait, Squaresoft with a sports game? Looking over there. Squaresoft made a baseball game and a racing game, apparently. Here comes Toshinden 3. They have a Toshinden 3? I never got to play it. I assume it was on PlayStation. Analog controller pad for PSX. Guess they did call it PSX back then. Not sure why. No wonder why, like, people still call it PSX to this day. There's Killer Instinct. I think this is Killer Instinct Gold. Yeah, this is Killer Instinct Gold. This was the console version of Killer Instinct. Second game. Oh, was it second? Yeah, no. It was like the port of the arcade game, so with better graphics. So folks would play more on the N64 rather than on the Super Nintendo. The Super Nintendo one was the first one of the Killer Instinct games, which had the black cartridge, which I have over there. I've shown it before. They actually added Killer Instinct on the Super Nintendo app for the Switch recently. Bite Back is a Toy Story PC game. PC action that will eat you alive. I know there was like CD-ROM that came in a cereal box. We can play like some iteration of like Toy Story, and we get to go to the Pizza Palace, whatever that pizza place is called in the Toy Story film. Cruisin' USA. Look at those high ratings there. I love Cruisin' USA. Cruisin' USA and then Cruisin' World. I don't think they had brought that back for the Switch at all. Smart Kart 64. Look at those bananas. We had like 5 bananas that were stacked behind the racer. And then later on they would rotate the bananas in a circle around the racer. Just only 3 bananas. They reduced the amount. The sound effect when someone hits your trail of bananas, though, like garbled sound, which would be pretty cool if they brought back. Final Fantasy VII. Look at this spread. Look at this spread. Yuffie. Yeah. Big Final Fantasy VII. Which one says Destruction Derby 2. How did I know that? How did I know it before even seeing what the game was? Let's see the Destruction. Oh, Soul Blade here. So this Soul Blade was like the precursor to Soul Calibur. And this was only on PlayStation. I remember my friend would have this game, like back in '95. I would go over to his house after school and just hang out there back in '95, '96. And yeah, he would have Soul Blade, he would have Mega Man X, whichever entry it was on PlayStation. But he was a big PlayStation guy. And he would also let me borrow his Soul Calibur 2 for PlayStation 2, I think. Yeah, those were for PlayStation 2. An old friend of ours, whose birthday was also in May. I would send him a message sometimes. Oh, there's Cool Butters! Now this is the game that I was talking about when I was playing that snow sledding game. Cool Butters is the other snowboarding game that I prefer more of over 1080 snowboarding. So there's a logo for it. This was only on PlayStation. And oh, 1 CD-ROM, 1 player snowboarding. I thought there were 2 players. I think it must have been Cool Butters 2 that was 2 players. Oh, you can also play the snowman. Look at that. Much like how you can turn to a snowman in Snowboard Kids. I love how I have Snowboard Kids soundtrack in the background, and we have Cool Butters here. But yeah, there's Cool Borders. I would mention it from time to time, and no one in the chat would know about Cool Borders. But yeah, Snowboard Kids would be another one. Look, I'm curious to see if any of these issues would cover Snowboard Kids. I'm not sure if Snowboard Kids was even out yet. Cold Shadow. I don't ever recall playing this. It's another duck here, very Disney-like. So Disney Power Play, video game action for the PC. No wonder why. I wonder if this game has ever been ported to consoles or something. This would be a great title to maybe push out for Good Old Gaming or GOG.com. But then this is a Disney IP, so you may not likely have access to it unless you have the old game. Here it is. Is it like an action game? Cold Shadow. Maui Mallard in Cold Shadow. PC action is so hot, you'll shiver. In the zone. Konami starts you a bit fast break. FIFA Soccer 97. Here's the Knights ad for Sega Saturn. Oh, I think it's supposed to view it like this. There you go, now it's upright. Play as knights, and then you fly through the rings. This was a great... They would have like a Christmas event in this game. So you gotta boot up the game on Christmas Day to experience that special event. There's the character. I think Yuji Naka design, I'm not sure. The last Knights game that came out was for the Wii. I hadn't played that game since then. Since it came out on the Wii. Prepare to fly. Knights is here. Never ever have you been able to fly fluid and free. In real-time 3D. Not until Knights. The first true showcase of Sega Saturn's stunning capabilities. The technological tour de France that has everyone in the gaming world absolutely spun. Story, the world, the gameplay. Oh, there's the Saturn controller right there. It's a very awkward looking rounded controller. I think that sort of shape carried over to the Dreamcast controller. I think at the time, like even comparison to like the N64 controller, even the N64 controller is like a bit weird in shape. Probably one of the most weird ones. Because you have to hold the, you got to do the middle. Not only like this, but there's this variation of holding the controller, which is weird. I don't know when you think about it. Yeah. So imagine if they had the stick on this end instead of down here, and they just have the D-pad down here. Because not a lot of the games would make use of the D-pad. So I think making the stick on this end would make more sense. And then I don't know how they would have the D-pad down here. Maybe would they have this shortened up or something? Imagine having that. Two long ones, two long prongs at the sides, and then one short one at the bottom. That would be a bit strange. And then the Z button. Who knows how we can hold the Z button? Maybe make the Z button like back here or something, like on the left. Then maybe an additional one on this side too, so they both would have it. I think that would be how I would design these controllers. I don't know. Now knowing how it is in 2025, or have been knowing, even for the past like 2 decades, into the GameCube, I feel they changed it up in the GameCube era. Dragon Force is another page for Dragon Force. So you do have turn-based. Oh, Sega CD Blast for Sega Saturn, or Sonic CD Blast, or what I'm saying, Sonic 3D Blast. Alert the stars, wake up the moon, summon Saturn, Blue is back. It's Sonic 3D Blast. Very simplified. Lots of blue, and then the big eye. Sonic. Almost like the ball that he turned into when he speeds up. Sonic 3D Blast. It's virtual on. Look, Mom. Jump jets. The Daytona CCE. Saturn's race for driving supremacy. Sonic 3D Blast, another advertisement for the Game Gear. Genesis and Game Gear. So by then, like, the Genesis was on its way out. It was still being played, but the newer games were on Saturn. And then on this side is Vectorman 2. I know Dan would appreciate this. Dan is a fan of Vectorman. Oh, here's the PC section. Looks like they got Eradicator. I don't think I've ever played that. Game Guru, Death Drome, Steel Panther 2, Surface Tension, and Ranma 2 by Sierra. Wow. Wait. Oh, Rama. Not Ranma. Rama. Warwind. Never played any of these. Back in the mid-90s, there weren't many PC games I ever played. It was more the educational and puzzle. So Oregon Trail and Tetris were the two like PC games. I guess Solitaire if you want to count it. But we were not like, I don't know, we didn't have any access to like more traditional PC games like these or anything. I guess there was like adventure games like Monkey Island and stuff, but even those I never got to play. So not even Doom. At least until they came out with Doom 64 for the N64, and that's about when Duke Nukem 64 was another one, like those two. When I finally got to play, you know, those first-person shooters. But I think it was like a little bit after GoldenEye. 1996? 1997? 1997. This is a way to clean your discs. Back in the days when discs started becoming more popular, they would get scratched easily, you know. So you would have to go to the store to get like some sort of a disc cleaner. And yeah, this is an advertisement for one of those things. Oh. Sonic 3D Blast, Warhammer. Wow, that was a Warhammer game back then? PlayStation, nice. Toshinden Ura. So this game did come out. It was on Sega Saturn. Wow. Oh, it was also on PS1, okay. There's the Sega Saturn version. Independence Day, the game, wow. Parappa the Rapper, Hip Hop Hero, nice. Look at that. Kick, punch. Killing Zone. Pinocchio, based on the Disney film. Street Fighter Alpha 2, Battle Angel Shinden. Crime Wave. Oh man, top down. Seems like a Grand Theft Auto or something. Virtual Pool. Robotron X. 10-Pin Alley. It's a bowling game. Oh man, I remember Rush in the arcades. I don't think I got to play it too much, but I do remember seeing it a whole lot. Yeah, it's an arcade racer. I remember watching others play it. I think I must have played it once or twice, but it was too advanced for me. Too advanced for me to play those kind of games in the arcade. There's Tomb Raider. I think after this magazine, we'll probably bring out some snacks. We'll probably change the category to snacks or snack time. I mean, So then more Tomb Raider here. Bim, 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 bim. Mortal Kombat, Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3. And there's some secrets there, some codes. Killer Instinct Gold. Gold characters, interesting. Black Dawn, Knights. Wow. There's some codes for some of these games. Cheat secrets and killer codes. Go to main menu, press A, C, up, B, A, down. These menus contain everything from hidden characters to continue toggle. Oh, I think I remember doing that one. Wow, that's cool. Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3. And it's Game Shark. Final Doom. PlayStation. Twisted Metal 2. Alright. Only in Japan. Fighting Vipers. Yeah! I think it was this game here. Fighting Vipers? I remember this I think this game would have that soundtrack that I was so into. It must have been this game. For the Saturn. And a friend of our family had the Saturn, and I was able to play it. So we borrowed their Saturn in a few games. Along with those games was the Virtual Fighter Kids, and then I think Fighting Vipers was the other one. They were really into like fighting games and RPGs. I think the other one was Guardian Heroes, if I recall. Alright, so that was Game Informer, which lost its cover. I don't have the cover for it anymore. There's a lot more to go through. I'm not sure we can actually get through these tonight, but hopefully we can, I don't know. So I'm going to set it to snack time for a little bit. And I'll bring something over to snack on. We'll see what we have in the fridge. I think we'll probably just get like a couple of fruits, oranges and a banana. So be right back while I go grab those. Okay. All right, we're back. Let me make sure that the category is set correctly. Right now we're on snack time. For the past 2 hours, we've been going through some of the old game magazines. Been collecting some of these game magazines since I was a kid, from the mid-90s onwards. And let's set these to the side for a bit. Let's see, got a whole lot of stuff on the table. But got some oranges. I'm not sure if this would count as like double trouble. Double trouble. Gotta be careful on how I place these, because there's like a big stack of magazines and game guides. Oh yeah, we also did show the Mario Kart 64 game guide as well. So also got a banana. Don't break the banana. Can't really hear the sound effect. Could have munched the banana real quick. You may hear some sounds, some munching sounds, so apologies if folks don't enjoy it. But we got 2 oranges. I have a small little bowl here for the peel. Speaking of banana, you see a little reflection over there. There's a banana badge that you can unlock by sharing a clip over on Twitch. Either you can share it any channel you want, I think, and then I think Twitch detects that you press the button to share a clip. It could be either through like Twitter or TikTok or Instagram. And they have it built in as like a button to press and to share to. Then it's also the broadcaster could also download it. They don't have to share it, they can just download it. I'm not sure if the viewer end can also download a clip, unless like the broadcaster allows it or something. Not sure if that's been updated yet, but that's also a thing. And yeah, I think after a few days you get to unlock the banana. So let me see if I can possibly show an example of that. Pop-up chat. This may require trying to capture the browser. Okay. Looks like it's still set to the Twitter capture. Let me see if this shows up or not. Oh, there you go. So on the side there, that is the Twitch chat, and so I think one of the new emotes. Let me check this out. Mickey D's zombie hamburger is the new emote. I'll put a few of these in the chat. Boop. There we go. You can see it floating in there. And there's my badge. Gone Banana badge. Oh, Gone Banana is plural. I don't know why I can't select from here. Some more emotes there. I also set some custom emotes with the 7TV plugin. So there's some McDonald's fries to go along with it. The pumpkin ones. Got some sloth ones. Super Mario Brothers 3. Pokeball. Yeah, to go along with that McDonald's one. Also because it's snack time. What else can we snack on? There's a sort of cat popping off a coffee cup. There's a gold pipe from Super Mario. Mario Party, I think. Mario Party. Random cheeseburger here. I'm gonna put this in the chat too. I don't normally have the food shown on stream. I'm not much of that kind of streamer. But I want to get something in for snack time, so this is that thing. And since I didn't get to try it last night, I'd like to try it tonight instead. After 2 hours, I feel like it's a good time to make the break and munch on something. The new Donkey Kong game, Donkey Kong Bonanza, looks terrific. They showed it during the Nintendo Direct, or they revealed it during the Nintendo Direct yesterday. And then today they have the Nintendo Treehouse event to showcase the games. So in the same way that they do like the E3, or demonstrate like E3 time to you know, show off more of the games and stuff. And then they're doing another one tomorrow. I think for today and tomorrow, and the streams have been archived over on channel. Alright, you know what? I'll probably shout out their channel too. Although I feel like so many folks are up in arms about the pricing of the system and the games as well. So you can check out their channel there, over on Twitch. Talking about Donkey Kong Bonanza while I'm eating a banana. Makes sense, right? There you go. This is a Dole, I think. A Dole sticker. Sometimes they would have the there's a Dole. Banana peel, Mario Kart style. Sometimes they would have, oh, I think the one time they had a Super Monkey Ball collab. I wanted to collect the stickers for it. Alright. We got 2 oranges here. I don't know if I want to change to like double trouble or anything. Here, let me remove the chat real quick. I don't know. Should I don't know. I don't know what double trouble would make sense with these 2 oranges. I mean, there's double oranges. These are good oranges though. Tangerines. More so, I think, I'm not sure that, yeah, they look like more like tangerines. And I want to show how I peel these oranges. I'm pretty good at doing like a one, peeling the orange, but keeping the peels in one piece. You know what I mean? So could this be set to double trouble? I don't know. I'm trying to decide whether I should or not. Alright. I've also got some water. Some Pollard Spring water. I think I'll just keep it at snack time for now. Wow, apparently there's like quite a few people that's on snack time. I like how my thumbnail has the banana in there. Am I the only one that's actually doing like food related things for snack time? Alright, so here, let me show you an example of how I peel these oranges. Sometimes I need like a sharp object, like a knife or something. I do have a razor knife that's underneath the keyboard, but I've already pre-cut it. It's like a little small slit there, and then I dig my thumb in there, and then this is my trick. Make it so that it rolls around. It wraps around like, I don't know, like a spiral shape. And then from there, and if the orange or tangerine is small enough, I could just have it, you know, peel out in one piece. Look at that. Look how nicely shaped that is. Snack time is actually a good category to stream in when you're like cooking cookies or something. It's like a cooking category. There you go. Womp 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 womp. It's almost like that that instrument. I forgot what it's even called. Ba 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 ba. I can draw like a face on there. Ba 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 ba. If I have a marker, I can just like draw on it. Let's put that there. We had some pineapples previous nights. I think during the direct. It was the night before the direct, I think. So a couple nights ago. While we were waiting for the direct. Like hours. Just after I ended stream, I think. Oh. I could possibly also change the hat. There's also a hat. An apple hat. Let me see if I can find that. Let's remove the N64 one for now. And there's an apple one. Yeah. Maybe not the exact hat that I want to get to match along with the orange, but yeah, it's close enough. We enable the microphone detection thing. Boop. There we go. Let's see if it looks. Yeah, there. Apple. I don't know if there's a banana hat, if ever, for the Mii's Street Pass Plaza. Most of the hats are based on Street Pass Mii Plaza for the 3DS. Some of them were outfits based off of the Smash Brothers Mii Fighter. It's hard to get this one, see. Here, let's do it one more time. It'll be the last orange. Snack time. There it is again in one piece. It almost looks like it's still in. Like it may look like it's still unpeeled. Sometimes when it's set to, it's a correct way, the correct angle. There you go. Ba, 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 ba. Here's an up close up there of the orange. Doesn't seem to focus on the orange. I think it's still focused on the background. All right, the final 2 pieces. It almost look like eyes. I can carve out like a mouth or something. For the bottom, it will look like eyes. Oh, the banana! The banana would have been a great one for the smile. Oh man, just thought of that now. Yeah, the banana would be like down here. Here, let me see. Oh, no, the banana peel is already gone. Yeah, it's already gone. But yeah, there you go. That would've been cool to have that as like a thumbnail or whatever. Actually, you know what? Before I do that, here, let me go back and grab another banana. Because I want to get that in view real quick. Be right back. Okay, we're back. There's banana. I like how it matches the yellow star candy over there, and then the Game Boy. All right, let's see if we can get this in view. Whee! Smiley face here. Line this up a lot better. There you go. Now it's looking more like a happy face there. There you go. I think in thumbnail view this would look exactly like a smiley face. So Twitch is doing their sort of April Fool's categories. There's 4 new categories, limited time to stream in these categories. So one of them is Y2K, as you know, reference to the year 2000 or year 1999 to 2000. Hauls would be one that we've been streaming tonight. We've been going back to looking at our old magazines that we've collected, that old magazines that I grew up with back in the 90s, mostly game magazines, some anime stuff, and then now we took a break after 2 hours to snack on some food for snack time. And I think the 4th category is Double Trouble. So I guess I don't know, oranges would be the double, but I don't know. So I'm gonna munch these last 2. And then we'll get back to the magazines. Let's move that away. Let's get the magazines back in. Ooh, sweat a lot. And some of these with drawing, I think. I wanted to show the drawings as well. So I'm going to change the category back to hauls. Set game, hauls. Good thing that I don't think any game is spelled the same way. Alright. Alright, so we're back on hauls. And yeah, let's go through some of these older issues here. This is probably one of the earliest issue of GamePro that I have. This was one that my friend gave me, classmate, and because he knew that I was a big fan of Mortal Kombat, and then Mortal Kombat 2 was like the latest entry, as well as Super Street Fighter 2. Not even Turbo was out yet at the time, but big in the arcades, and both the two franchises were, you know, very popular. January 1994 was this issue of GamePro. You tell the spine is like coming off, so I had to tape it together to keep it all intact. But it would cover like Genesis, Super Nintendo, regular Nintendo, Duo. Cover the Duo was CDs, Neo Geo, Game Boy, Game Gear, and Atari Lynx. Oh my gosh! So I think I showed these last night, but I must have gone through it like really quick. So maybe we'll do a like more in-depth look at each of these pages. I gotta be careful with this this issue because it's really old, and it's gotten through some times, you know. So here's a spread advertisement for Team NT Tournament Fighters. I love the Tournament Fighters for both Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. So my neighbor would rent Tournament Fighters. They were renting a lot of games from Blockbuster, and me and my uncle would just go over and play on the weekends or something. Sometimes on the weekdays, I would go up there to watch like the latest episode of Gargoyles and or Batman, the animated series, and in Dark Water, Pirates of Dark Water. That was another show. But yeah, that was like back in the early 90s. So Tournament Fighters, you know, each system would have its own unique cover featuring a different turtle. So Raphael would be on the Genesis version with a Triceratops, I think. And then I forgot about that shark guy. Donatello would be on the Super Nintendo version. And then Leonardo would be on the NES version. Yep, there was an NES version. And I think Michelangelo was on the Game Boy version. Might be mistaken by that. But it doesn't seem to show the Michelangelo one. I remember going to a Blockbuster and seeing each of those iterations on the shelves. I was like, wow! I didn't realize there was like, you know, so many different versions for the covers. But having it laid out in a row like that was pretty cool to see. Okay, so since we were rewinding back to like 1994, easy put on the proper hat for this. I think Super Nintendo, I think, would work best. Famicom, NES, N64, Super NES, here we go. There you go, I think that's a great way to represent the 16-bit era. The Mail. We got Star Fox, a little bit of Street Fighter there, Sagat and M. Bison, Final Fight, another beat-em-up game on Super Nintendo. Again, like Super Nintendo would have a whole lot of great exclusive games that was not on like Genesis and stuff. I believe Final Fight was on Sega Genesis. I'm not sure. I would normally play on Super Nintendo, but Final Fight and Final Fight Guy, where they feature Guy as the playable character. Basically, they just released, they replaced Cody for the that character. Ryu versus Ryu. Here's an ad for Game Genie. So before the game Shark, there would be the Game Genie. We would use these for Super Nintendo, I think NES as well, and then Sega Genesis. Yeah. Oh yeah, it starts over there. Game Boy, Genesis, Super Nintendo, and NES. And also Game Gear. Wow, apparently it was also on Game Gear. Latest codes for hottest games. Oh, oh yeah, you can see actually you can see the codes right there. Oh, that's neat, right there. So it is important to have these game ads because they would have the codes there to enter. Last Action Hero game. Well, I didn't really realize there was an last action game for the NES. Last Action Hero, yeah. Oh man, the page is coming off. I gotta be careful with this, man. Like, I gotta hold it in a specific way at the back. Yoshi's Cookie. Super Nintendo. It's Snack Attack. Oh, I could have had this page in view while I was munching on the oranges, but it's okay. It's Snack Attack. Well, there you go. Like not, you know, shortly after we finished our snack, right? Mega Man X. There's an advertisement for that. The X generation of Mega Man Adventure is here for the first time on Super Nintendo. I think the last of which was it X2 or X3? And then later it just landed on PlayStation. Oh, I remember this art. That was a cool looking art. Oh my god, look at it. Like a Sega fanboy just like drew this one here. Ah, Dr. Robotnik is there. It's a cool Batman one there. I always want to send some art in for game magazines. Pink Panther, Super Nintendo. Visions of Reality. What is this, like a VR set? Is it? Can't tell. Yeah, it looks like it's VR. Yeah, this is it's like early VR. So there's like a big seat there, and then you can put on the head-mount display. Basic VR. The VOR reality, virtual reality game unit consists of one person 7 by 8 foot spaceship pod that houses a headset, game controls, and a powerful Silicon Graphics Onyx supercomputer, which drives the complex 3D virtual reality software. Players set in a simulated cockpit environment and use Joy-Cons and foot pedals to move and fire weapons. Wow. Oh, this is how it actually looks like. I wonder if they would place this in like arcades, and then maybe it's in the dark or something. Sensational Sega savings. There's an image of Sonic in the cover there, the top corner. Whoa! Look at prices. $5 off with in-store coupon. What store is this? It doesn't say what store. Software, etc. Is that the store name? Software, etc. I don't think we had any of that around here. Oh, it is Software, etc. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen a Software, etc. Genesis Maximizers. So these are controllers, peripherals. T-Golf. Wow. Ren and Snippy. We rent this. My neighbor would rent this, and then we would play that. There's a Barney hide and seek game. Oh, here you go, the consoles. Game Gear was out at the time. I think my cousin owned a Game Gear. And then he came over with Streets of Rage, I think. He had Streets of Rage and then Sonic 3, if I recall. I forget which Sonic it was. I think it must have been Sonic 3. And I remember the battery didn't last very long either. And the screen was really dark. It wasn't how they display it in the promotional image there. The screen was really dark, and I was trying to play it in the sun to possibly help lighten up the screen, but it didn't help at all. Echo the Dolphin there, Jurassic Park, Ren and Stimpy. There's a Sega CD. There is no Nintendo CD, only Sega CD. Remember that ad? I used to see that on TV. Jaguar. I don't remember anyone around the neighborhood that had a Jaguar. None of my relatives had a Jaguar. It was usually the Super Nintendo or Sega or PlayStation. Another ad here for Sega CD. Oh my gosh, look at this guy reminds me of another old show called Beakman's World that used to air in the 90s. Beakman's World. And he would have wild hair like this. As much excitement as you can get from a wall socket without that funny burning smell. A Sega CD attachment there. I remember the Sega Genesis would have like a whole bunch of stuff like stacked on top. But that was a cool way to attach like an expansion, put it on the side. Meanwhile, the Super Nintendo was going to get its own CD-ROM attachment that later became the evolved into the first PlayStation. Oh, that pinball game there. Amiga CD32. Oh, look at that artwork. Defender of the Crown 2. Reminds me of Jennifer Connelly a bit. Well, I'm hearing sound effects in this in this soundtrack. Amiga 30 CD32. It's a pinball game. Pinball Fantasies. Look at the time. Oh my gosh, here we go. Mortal Kombat. So this is how the cover should look like with Kung Lao arms. So you see the front. The arms have been cut off. This used to be in one piece many years ago when I was a kid, but over time it started to, like, you know, I would sift through this magazine so many times that I love it a lot, and then like some of the pieces would fly off or just like pretty much just start to rip apart. Hey there, Mike. I'd love to know why Beakman's World made one of their characters giant. Dirty Rat, I know, right? Oh, I love that show. I love how wacky it is, you know, like how, I want to say bizarre, but like the way they had the camera angles, and I don't know, it has that sort of a wacky sort of directing style, and the way they do like their hand gestures is like, I don't know, it's like they're rapping or something. I kind of miss that show though. I actually saw it air on TV more recently on I think MeTV. One of those channels, like a few years back. I was like, wow. I was surprised to see it still air on TV. And I think they would continuously like air throughout the entire series. But man, I miss that show. I used to watch that. It was kind of like an alternate to Bill Nye the Science Guy. But that would air like the weekends, if I recall. Like new episode would air on the weekends. So here's the Mortal Kombat 2 spread. And I always love the art for GamePro. Whoever the artist is for GamePro, they would have this unique drawing style. And I don't know if it's like, it's gotta be hand-drawn art. I don't know if they use like a spray can or anything. It looks like it's just like inked art and just like digitized and put into a magazine. But I always look at, you know, either the front cover or that two-page one. But yeah, I love this style. It's like we continue to see it in later issues, and this is the 1984 issue. So January 1984, when Mortal Kombat 2 was like the latest entry. But I would see it later on in like Mortal Kombat 3, and the same artist would continue to make these kind of drawings. Oh, I forgot about the live-action actors. These guys would pose for the characters for the in-game graphics. There's the actor for Johnny Cage. I used to remember these guys' names too, but I've forgotten them now. I mostly remember the actors' names for the movie, like Robin Shou for the 1995 film, and then Christopher Lambert, who played Raiden. He was in the Highlander, 1986 Highlander. And then, oh my gosh, I'm forgetting some of the other names. Talisa Soto, who played Katana. Man, I miss Mortal Kombat 2. That was a great entry that brought in a lot of new features. The Toasty guy was a new thing. Goro's back. They added Kentaro. And Motaro was Mortal Kombat 3, if I recall. I was so into Mortal Kombat. Mostly the original trilogy. I think by the time that Mortal Kombat 4 came out for N64 and the other systems, it just took a turn, you know. I think it took a turn for the worse because it went all 3D and stuff, and it was just a weird Mortal Kombat entry. A little bit of a Blockbuster Video there. GamePro Mag. like the style of graphic. Battletoads, GamePro. Get that in view there. And again, I like the art styles for some of these covers. The thing that make it stand out from the newsstands is when they have like a great looking art for the cover. So Battletoads there with Rash, Zitz, the Star Fox. Look at that cover, man. Like, you don't see that anywhere else aside from on GamePro. That's why like GamePro was like a standout magazine to read, mostly for the art. And whenever there's like a Mortal Kombat entry, and again, like it's always Mortal Kombat that really gets me to buy that issue at the stores. And there's more Mortal Kombat there. There's a previous issue. Kano, Raiden. It's more so like the part 1 Mortal Kombat. I like the updated Mortal Kombat movie. Yeah, it's pretty alright. I think I feel like we needed that. A good refresh on Sub-Zero and Scorpion, like those costumes and those actors were the right selection. There was some things I was not too keen on, and me being a big fan of the '95 film, like I was a huge fan of the '95 film. I knew like every single bit about that film, and also the original trilogy, but everything about like Robin Shou and how he's the main lead, the main story for the '95 film was just so important. So when they swapped that up for this the recent Mortal Kombat film, to focus more on Sub-Zero versus Scorpion, I think it's the right choice for the modern, to what Mortal Kombat has turned out to be now, post 2020. I think it's the right choice, because I think over time Scorpion has become like a fan favorite and has become like the icon of the Mortal Kombat franchise. Speaking of which, I want to actually put on the Mortal Kombat soundtrack while I talk about Mortal Kombat, because we're going to be seeing a whole lot of Mortal Kombat in these old issues. Let's see. I don't know why the video was paused. Oh, I was not using the actually using the Switch. Apparently, the YouTube app on the Switch would just automatically pause the video. So let me see if I can actually. Okay, soundtrack is still going. Never mind. I'll just let it play. I would put the Mortal Kombat 2 soundtrack on, but it's alright. Oh, I don't know what happened there. Hopefully it's capturing. Pause. Play. I don't know why it's not going. Contact. Oh boy. Let me see. That's why I didn't want to use the Joy-Cons, because I know it's going to be like issues. Okay, let me see. Back in there. No. Actually, you know what? I'll put on the Mortal Kombat soundtrack. No. Did it just like mess up? I'm typing Mortal Kombat. Yeah, I thought the new movie was alright. I like the direction that they went with, aside from some of the casting. The humor was fine. I saw it when it first released on Max, so it was like shortly after it hit theaters, if not like the same time as it hit theaters. It was like roughly around when like the pandemic was still going, or was about to happen or something. 2019, I think I recall. But let's see what else. Ooh, I don't know why it's not going in. Let me see. Let me try unplugging and going back in. Carl Urban at Johnny Cage for the upcoming one. Yeah, I know a lot of people are a fan of Carl Urban, but I do not agree with the casting. But hey, whatever people want, right? I think Carl Urban is just a little too old to star as Johnny Cage in this new iteration, but it's a different generation, and people's gonna like it. People will support Carl Urban. They need to cast like big stars like that guy, for people to go watch it in theaters. I think that's important. So in that aspect, you got to go with it. For some reason, the YouTube is not going in now. I'm gonna try and restart the Switch real quick. Yeah, that's what happens when I try to like adjust things. Should have just kept it playing, or sometimes like the YouTube app would not respond after that. Here, let's continue turning the page here. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here's the live action actors here. This is the good part of this issue. We got the Johnny Cage. Now this is the Johnny Cage you see in the game in part 2. We got the Raiden. Raiden looks so much like a kid there. I love that outfit that Scorpion is wearing. Like the I don't know what kind of mask that is. It must be custom made to, you know, to use as, you know, part of the costume and stuff. But yeah, these are the original actors that you see in the game. There's Ed Boon right there. Ed Boon. a much younger Ed Boon standing right in front of the MK2 arcade. I love these little clips here, these screenshots, and the attitude that a very, I don't know how else to describe the character. He's got that that attitude in him, you know. Kick. Another shot of Ed Boon in there. A little interview here. Let me see what it says. Hot at the arcade special. Mortal Kombat 2 interview. Manny La Mancha. A lot goes on behind the scenes to create create a game like Mortal Kombat 2. GamePro met with Ed Boon, Mortal Kombat 2's programmer and co-designer, and Roger Sharp, Bally Midway Williams, a director of marketing. Here's what they told us about the making of Mortal Kombat and Mortal Kombat 2. All right. Oh, he asked about hitting character Ermac by doing this or that. It's associated with a, can't say it's a bug, but it's an event that happens in a game that shouldn't happen. Oh yeah. I forgot how Ermac, I think Ermac was like a bug character, but then he later becomes like an actual character you can select in like a later entry. I think in part 3. By part 3 he was like selectable and playable. Activator. I was going to mention Goro, the way they portrayed Goro in the recent reboot of Mortal Kombat movie was not how I wanted it to be. I wanted that fight to be a little longer, so they did him bad in the new one. Whereas I feel like it was better portrayed in the 95 film. And also he had speech, you know. There was like a, you know, there was a moment where you get to feel, leading up to that point, the fight with Johnny Cage, you know, you get to, you know the character a little, you know. Then by the time he got to reach up to fight with Johnny Cage, you know, you get to see the rest of it, you know. We get to see him crack some bones, you know. That's the important bit about Goro and how powerful he is. Okay, so looks like I cannot play YouTube anymore for some reason. I'm gonna try and, you know, try this. I'll try to take it out of the dock and see if I can get it. Just probably make it a little easier. Close down the app. But I feel like the recent reboot, 2019, whichever year it was, they made it too quick. Like he appeared, fought the Johnny Cage's son or something, or whoever the new fighter was called, whoever his name is, and then he was done. You know, like he entered Earth, and then he died in Earth in like one go. You know, I feel like Goro is very representative of the Nether Realm, and for him to be gone just in like one single fight. Like he barely got enough screen time, you know? Like what happened with Goro? What did happen with Goro? You know? We barely got to see him. So, yeah. That is like the like a minus point for me. because we didn't get to see the, much more of that. Just gonna find some Mortal Kombat stuff. Mortal Kombat soundtrack, I don't know what's up there. I probably don't want to play the main theme song, the iconic one. Just want to get the soundtrack for the game. A big into like each of the soundtracks for Mortal Kombat. Both the films, the soundtrack that's based or inspired by the games, and then whatever else after that. See, Mortal Kombat and then OST. I think part 2 would have been a great one. Let's see if part 2 shows up. It might pop up the soundtrack for the movie, which I don't want to play. There's also the theme song from Mortal Kombat the album, which I still have on cassette tape. OST. Where's the game? Oh, here it is. This might be it. Sega Genesis. Oh, I don't know about the Sega Genesis version. Let's go with the Super Nintendo one. This is regular Mortal Kombat. 20 minutes. Oh, shows an ad. Hopefully the ads won't pop up. I didn't have the soundtrack portion like prepared. I just got to do it on the fly while I'm browsing the pages of the magazines. Cole Young, yeah, Cole. Yeah, Cole is a new character for me, so it's just a new generation, like I said. New generation for Mortal Kombat. I don't know. They try to get something, give something for the older fans too. Get to see Scorpion Sub-Zero. That's all that matters. I like seeing like Liu Kang and Kung Lao. It's good to see those guys. Oh my gosh, it's not doing a thing again anymore. Protected content cannot be displayed. How come the previous one actually was able to display? Oh well. I don't know what I can do about the music now. Yeah, I think it's gone. Long gone. It has that notification where any protected content cannot be played. Alright. Close it out for now. Moving on. Eternal Champions. Targeted crowd really made the place they were in feel very alien and helped set the scene. Yeah. Street Fighter, I don't think you cared about fighting game stories as much as you did Mortal Kombat. Yeah, I feel like Mortal Kombat had probably the best story. I think even comparison to like Dead or Alive, there's just like it just makes sense in the world of Mortal Kombat. Like everything just made sense. You get your tournaments in another dimension. Then there's some folks out there who are fans of other series, other fighting game series that doesn't really care about Mortal Kombat for some reason. I don't know. There's always fans versus fans of something like Star Wars versus Star Trek, Trekkies. Oh, there's Looney Tunes one. Gotta be careful with this magazine. Oh, this is from Sunsoft. That's pretty neat. Christmas design there. Sunsoft Looney Bin. View one more time. Get a closer look at some of these. I remember having to design like a Christmas tree like this back in 1998 or 1999 for my homeroom class. There was like a contest throughout that entire grade, or throughout the entire school, where each homeroom would have to design like a Christmas tree or something Christmas holiday related to hang on the door. And what I did is that I had to draw the entire thing myself. So I was pretty much the class artist. So I had to do it all myself. So it's a big size, like blank paper that goes over the outside of the door. And then what I did was I drew the tree, Christmas tree, and then I added some like Japanese animated characters. So like we had like Goku, Dragon Ball, we had Pokemon, and then the ornaments on the Christmas trees would be Pokeballs and Dragon Balls. It was a mix of like, some of the trending shows at that time. So that must have been like 98, 99. So back then, Pokemon was still brand new in America. And I don't think we won that one, but there was like another student, possibly in another grade, that wanted that image because it's all hand drawn and stuff, and they must have loved like Pokemon or something. So they asked me if they wanted to, to keep it and stuff. So I just gave it to them. Okay, Sonic Spinball. This was the pinball game featuring Sonic. Oh, there's a Beauty and the Beast. More Disney games. I think this was a. I don't think this was a Capcom one, is it? Well, Sunsoft. Yeah, there's a Sunsoft one. Capcom would handle Little Mermaid, if I recall, and Chip and Dale. I've got who handled the Aladdin one, but this was the era of like Disney, the Disney Renaissance era, and both in film and video games. Jam, jam, jam. More Beauty and the Beast for Genesis. Biometal. I think this was the one that's like inspired by Alien. If I recall, Biometal. An ad for that. This was also cut out because I was using the some of the text to use as to label my tapes, my VHS tapes. So I would cut it out. I would cut out of all these magazines, mostly the EGM, the GamePros, but I would leave the Nintendo Power issues alone because I cared more about the Nintendo Power magazines than the rest of them. There's a Sunset Riders ad. All you need to be a rootin' tootin' cowboy, pork and beans. Oh, there's an arcade one too. I remember seeing this in our local arcade, which was called the Dream Machine, attached to our mall. Sunset Riders there for Super Nintendo. Oh, there's a Street Fighter one. Blades of Vengeance. I've never played that one. Look at that Guile art. Battle tested in the streets. This must be the Turbo. I think I remember this controller. Not sure if it's I'm not sure if it's this exact one, but I do recall whatever controller that I used. It was not mine. I think I went to a friend's house. Must have been my neighbor's house. They had one of these controllers. I forgot which one it was, but it looks similar to this, if not this. Or it might have been one of these sections instead, because I don't remember it having a color like this though. It must have been either this one or maybe the red one, possibly. I don't remember. Layout. The button layouts are a little bit different, but something about the center part is very familiar, because it would have like the turbo enable. Awesome Possum. Which one's this? Are these for Sega Genesis? Awesome Possum. Never played it. Dr. Robotnik means bean machine. Alright, looks like there's a bunch of Genesis reviews here. Oh my gosh, I thought this was Woody Allen or something. European Racers. Oh, Sonic CD. There is no Nintendo CD. Oh, Bomberman. Oh, this is Super Bomberman. And they got like a multi-tap for the controllers. Holy moly. This was rare. I don't think I ever seen anyone in our neighborhood that had like a multi-tap like this to play multiplayer in. But this was cool. This was something, a preview of what was to come in the next generation after. But for Super Nintendo, there was this Bomberman game, Super Bomberman Party Pack. Interesting. So I guess this would bundle the multi-tap. Oh, it's called the Super Multi-Tap along with the game. Interesting. Wow. Yeah, I don't know anyone who had this multi-tap thing. That's cool that you were able to play it like that. Oh, here's another one. Here's another Luna Superstar ad for Sega CD. Previously, there was a different lunar ad. True role-playing CD sound, hot animations. Gotta love the art there. The soundtrack for this though was really good. Bum, 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 bum. Oh my gosh, RoboCop 3. Oh, there was a Dune game? This must have been one of the first times I've seen any Dune related piece of media at all. Without, I don't know, it didn't really garner much interest, I think, because I never got to play it. But apparently this was on the Sega CD. Dune. This is RoboCop 3. I remember watching this the movie as a kid, and it was the first time we would see RoboCop flying. He would fly out of the building. Half man, half machine, all action. But it was all practical effects. That was the cool thing about those RoboCop films. I remember the first one and the second one the most. Part 3 was okay. I think the highlight of Part 3, I think in that story, like he was, like I think the public was against RoboCop. Like they were ruling against like anything that's machine based. So it was like humans versus machines or something like that. But the one thing I remember is just him having that jetpack, and then he would fly around the city and stuff, or just fly through like a street to catch up to the building. Oh my gosh, Lawnmower Man. Doom game was in the movie. A movie tie-in. Okay, so the 1984, right? Yeah, that's the one. Because there was another one that came out after the 84, or at least a TV show. There's Lawnmower Man on Super Nintendo. I don't think I've ever got to play the game version of it. Only seen the movie with Pierce Brosnan. Free music video of your choice. Wow, what is this? And again, like games, movies, comics, and now we have music integrating into the magazine. I remember when they would send out like Columbia music catalogs to people's houses, and you would subscribe to it, and they would send you CDs to your house. I remember getting those. I remember seeing like album covers on that slip that they would mail to people's houses and stuff. But music videos, wow. Was it on VHS or something? Special videos up to 4 times per year, same low price. Interesting. I wonder if anyone had ever subscribed to this thing, and then they would receive like music videos on tape, either on like VHS tape, because it does mention music video. Special videos, interesting, huh? The Lawnmower Man. If I recall, this was part Stephen King or Steven Spielberg. Either one of them. Stephen King or Steven Spielberg. They both have Stevens in the name. There's Mega Man X. Oh my gosh, the Spectre Gadget. The game. This was Super Nintendo. I like the artwork for it. It's got like a very Japan Eastern look to him. Little snowman there. Go gadget copter. Hack copter. This Penny. I remember the live action game. 8 CDs for 1 penny, right? Oh my gosh, 8 CDs for 1 penny. Oh, there's this flashback. Yeah, you get like so many CDs sent through the mail. I never tried to subscribe to that. None of our relatives or family members would ever subscribe to it. But we kept getting the slip of it mailed to the house. If you think cafeteria food's gross, wait. If you think cafeteria food's gross, try eating this. I've had a tarantula once. Also, yeah, not best to show that for folks who are afraid of spiders. So this is called Sim Ants. Sim Ants. I'm guessing the spider would be the enemy that would invade the ant house or something. Never played that. Seems interesting concept. Oh yeah, in I think was it GamePro or I forgot what issue it was. It must have been that EGM issue that we passed by earlier. but it showed like a little excerpt on Yoshi Safari. So here's another one for this issue of GamePro. And again, I would cut out the letters so I can use them for VHS tapes. Introduce, like ED, what the heck? Sometimes I would just randomly choose like one of these game ads to use, cut out the letters from. And then I just had to cut out the one that was like in the middle of a Yoshi Safari image. Unfortunate. I kind of regret some of them for cutting out some of the images. There's Double Dragon, Battletoads, Double Dragon. Cyberpad. Suncom. Ooh. Wolfenstein 3D, wow. It's an ad for Wolfenstein. Virtual Nightmare. Coming for Super NES in January. Huh. Soldiers of Fortune. I think of Warriors of Virtue, but this one's Soldiers of Fortune. Pack Attack, Lost Vikings, some more ads. This one's from Interplay, same developer as Clay Fighters. Lost Vikings. I never got to play this one. Looks like it's just only been for Genesis. Oh my gosh. Lester. Welcome to the jungle, Lester. Total Carnage? This looks like a Contra game? Total Carnage, huh? It's like a top-down shooter, though. Hey there, Josh. Robbie was making ransom letters with that. Yeah, pretty much. Ransom? From Ransom to Ranma. Ransom Ranma, 1/2. So this was the game based on the show. I thought initially it was just only for Japan. I remember playing this once at a neighbor of my cousin's, who I forgot the name of now. But we would go over. First, I would go over my cousin's house to hang out, and they would have a neighbor who would then have a copy of Ranma 1/2 on the Super Nintendo. So either I don't know if the game was in English. I just only remember that it was just a fighting game. I was like surprised at the time because, you know, we would watch Ranma 1/2 and, you know, become familiar with the franchise and stuff. Blockbuster would have tapes that you can rent, and then out comes this game. I didn't know a game existed for Ranma 1/2, and then yeah, I got to play it once. I was like, wow, the game is real. There's a Ranma 1/2 game, you know. And this was back in like 94, 95. So wait, this issue was 94, so yeah, it must have been around that time. So Ranma 1/2 Hard Battle by DTMC, Super Nintendo, okay. Based on Japan cartoon at the same time. I like how they word that, Japan cartoon. It's humorous and nicely animated. However, against heavier hitting fighters, this cart doesn't have enough punch. Yeah. So even at the time, there was like Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter. There was nothing else, you know. Aside from like Killer Instinct being the third pinnacle point of fighting games back then. But there was some smaller ones like, you know, Clay Fighter and Ranma 1/2, I guess, would be one. And think it'd be a while until we start seeing like Dragon Ball fighting games. Speaking of which, this is not a cutout. This is actually a graphic for this ad, for whatever this ad is. But yeah, ransom letters that would cut out. And this is not my markers, I don't think. I think this is actually part of the advertisement. Unless it is, I don't know. Unless it isn't? Cannot tell. I assume that it is part of the ad. Anyways, that's probably like a plane or something. Night Storm from Electronic Arts, EA. Lesser the Unlikely. Continue. Was this Battle of the Game Boy and the Game Gear, almost nuclear? So this is like sort of like what, a battery pack or something? Oh wow, Pro Player joystick for the Genesis or Super Nintendo. Some more accessories here. Now that's really nuclear from Naki. Oh, another ad for Dragon's Lair. Classic arcade. This was a very unique arcade game. All like exclusive hand-drawn animation for just for the game itself. More fantasy-based. There was also space. There was a sci-fi version called oh my god, I forgot what the name of it now. Not Space Cadets. Something space. It has space in the title. I forgot what it was called now. Never got to play it. But I think Dragon's Lair was the one that's like most memorable. But yeah, apparently it was also on Sega CD. I think it's been remastered onto Blu-ray and playable on PS3 or something like that in the past, and now it's long gone. I think it's out of production or something like that. Oh, Wizard of Oz. There's a Wizard of Oz game too. For I don't know what system here. Doesn't say what system. Unless I'm not seeing it. Oh my gosh! I remember Dr. Franken, The Adventures of Dr. Franken. I did a little fan art of the main character for like a Zombies Ate My Neighbors mashup, and then I included Dr. Franken in there, part of Inktober, which I think the drawing of that must be over to the left of me. F1 pole position. Yeah, I think this was the game, the franchise that I think my dad wanted to purchase the game for me. But it was the N64 version and not the Super Nintendo version. But yeah, I told the story last night that he suggested to get me like a game for the N64, and I think F1 pole position was the one. And then I was like, I was kind of trying to reject that choice. I should have, like, I don't know. I didn't want to take advantage or anything, but like I should have suggested a different game if they were to, if they wanted to buy one. I would have suggested a different one, but I think nothing came out of that. Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers 2. This was also by Capcom. I'm not sure I played part 2 though. I played part 1 on the NES. Okay. Looks like this is also 8-bit. I'm assuming this is also on NES. Could be on Super Nintendo. I don't think I ever played this one. They don't even say like the system that it's on, unless you gotta like read the entire thing. Oh, this is NES. Okay, I see NES Pro Review. Okay. Mario's missing. I think was this issue. I think it was this issue. Mario's missing. Got to play this a little bit as a kid, and I thought it was gonna be like a regular Mario game, like platformer Mario, but we didn't understand it at all. It was like so different of a game. But I remember seeing the cover art for it, and it looked like something that interesting to play. But little that we know that it turned out to be like this totally different game from the platformers. Fatal Fury Special. Some artwork there. Very typical of like the whole Capcom. The same artist would go from Capcom to like SNK to make this art, this kind of art. It's pretty neat. Good old SNK. Oh yeah, I did show this last night too. I sort of skimmed through this issue. Konami just took favorite shows off TV. You got Turtles, you got Tiny Toons, and then Batman. I always love the artwork for Radical Rescue there. Leonardo popping out of the wall. I always wanted to make my own art based on this one Leonardo drawing, and maybe make like a Donatello version of it, Raphael version of it, Michelangelo version of it. But and I don't know if that it even exists. I always see this one Leonardo one where he like sort of twists his sword, his katana sword. But I always like that art style. It's a very detailed look. Not often do we see like that kind of detailed Turtles drawing. And of course with Bruce Timm doing the Batman 92. Tiny Toons was also on TV. WB. Freakazoid. Animaniacs. Get them while they're hot. What are the strategy guides? Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, of course. We got GamePro style art on the Mortal Kombat one. Very cool. Bally and Midway. To order, call now. 4 Pro. SWAT Pro. For Sonic 2. Jurassic Park, the game. Jurassic Park was 93. Yeah, the film was 93, and then I guess by 94, the next year, they would have a video game. JP. With the Raptors. We should remember what it was like having the NES Super Nintendo live at the time. Yeah. It was, so the thing is, like, we can't just lock down to just consoles. We got to keep in mind that arcades was also a thing. So whenever we go to the malls, we get to play, like, you know, X-Men or Simpsons arcade, TMNT, and of course like a Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, the fighting games. But there was like a whole variety of stuff. Dragon's Lair, we saw the ad for. So along with arcades, it was something about those arcades. It's like, it's so lively, you know, being in that atmosphere in the arcade. There was like nothing like it unless you have one set up in your house. But, you know, typically, you know, back in the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s, your game station set up at home in your living room is just your TV and your Nintendo or Sega. We were talking about, like, you know, late 80s, early 90s. Pre-PlayStation era, you know, and even during the PlayStation era, you don't have like a big booming lights in your face. That's like a bit of exaggeration, but, like, you know, you don't have like lights decorated unless you do that. Typically it's just your TV, you know, maybe your fish tank if you have a fish tank or something. We had a fish tank, and then you're either sitting on the floor or sitting on a couch. You know, you're more comfy and it's more happy home kind of setup. Maybe more, I don't know how else to describe it. Most of the controllers are on the floor, or game carts are on the floor. You know, it's just more homey, more comfy. But when you're in the arcade, it's like you're always standing. You know, you're either standing or you're playing on an arcade that has like a seat. You know, like a racing game or something. But the thing with the arcades is that there was more people in there. You know, there was more interaction, face-to-face competitiveness. You know, you're standing right by the other person that you're fighting against. You know, placing your quarters on the screen. You know, who's got next. You place your quarter on the screen. That was a thing that we did. You know, who's up next to fight the next guy. You know, yeah, I don't know. It's a different atmosphere from place to place. And then when you go over to a friend's house, like you have that same home setup, but maybe they have like a different setup where they have like shelves organized or attached to the TV itself, so you can have the cartridges, you know, placed neatly in those shelves. So when you want to swap to a different game, they can just, like, you know, slip it out of that shelf. Oh, yeah, what's that gold cartridge over there? That's a Zelda for NES. Take it out, swap it in, and then, you know, blow into the cartridge if you have to, you know, close the lid, and then boot it up. You know, it's like, I don't know, something about that, we sort of miss it. You know, we don't have cartridge loading. I guess we do have cartridges, but it's like a tiny cartridge, you know, for the Switch. But most of it nowadays is like disc-based or digital. But I don't know, you don't really blow into the Switch cartridges anymore, or if ever, right? Ever since, like, what, the NCT4 days, you don't blow into cartridges anymore. But nowadays it's like more solid state, I think. But yeah, I don't know. There's like different nuances each generation. But over time, just like, technology's just changed. You know, bigger screen TVs, and I don't know. There's a whole mess of things that would change the entire environment. now VR is coming in, so like we were gotta adapt to the VR space. Oh, sorry about that. Teen Tunes for Fox Kids. Oh, it was yeah, Fox Kids. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the theme song too. School IDs to hold that place. Oh man, yeah, that's another way to do it. But yeah, I think going back to some of these magazines, definitely bring back some old memories. Most I still keep hold of. I still remember it from time to time. Like I never lost these memories. And unless I see like a title that I haven't seen for a long time, and just I think that's the thing. I just haven't thought about those titles for a long time. But seeing these images though, I just remember looking through these issues and seeing the same images, you know. Jungle Strike. Never played this one. Oh, there's Alien 3. Alien 3 was a pretty okay one. This one, Sigourney Weaver had to like she was like becoming like the boss, the boss of the group. That's when she shaved her head in the film. I think part 3 was the one that had the CG. There was like a portion of it that had the CG xenomorph. It looked weird with the CG. It was part practical. It was like a person in a costume, and then like later on in the later scene, there was like a CG moment of it, like early CG. Oh, there's another ad for Zombies Ate My Neighbors. Like how the K is like been cut off there. I played this once at my friend's house. Pretty fun game. Pretty difficult too. Zombie shaped neighbors. Yeah, Bubsy again. Yeah, we showed this last night too. So they have VR games that you put in retro arcade. Kind of trippy to think of. Oh wow, interesting, huh? VR games in VR in a retro arcade cabinet. Huh. Not sure how that would play. So unless like maybe it's the cabinet itself is just, you know, upright and, you know, just a regular cabinet shape, and then maybe you have to stand to where to even play the VR stuff, and I guess the controllers or something that you can just like pop out and then like maybe like turn around to, you know, to swing around and stuff. I can see that be a thing. But I guess if, you know, I think what I had to do, I think when they demonstrated VR, they actually brought like a VR station to our local cinema, and I have video footage of it too. It's over on YouTube. You type in VR, you might be able to see that video. But my friend recorded me while I was testing out some of the VR stuff. It's like a little tech demo, and then they had us seated. There's like a seated sort of station, not so much like the standing type of arcade cabinet. And then they would play the video. There was a screen in front of us. It was kind of like sort of a racing game kind of a sort of a setup, where typically you would have to sit down in a seat. But there was like enough space between the seat and the screen, so the folks around that was standing around, they can see what's showing on the screen, and then like the person wearing the headset, they would see their, you know, their view of that tech demo. So I think it was just that there were no controls. I think it was just like free-handed or something like that. It was just like an on-rails tech demo to show that you know, that little video. But that was pretty neat little experience. Oh, this Kirby's Adventure right there. NES, I think. Kirby, who's got a new game now, by the way. I like how he looks like a ghost here. The art for the original, by original I mean the NES game, or even the no, I think the Game Boy one, he was pink, like he was like a light pink, but the NES one, I guess the art just made him look like a ghost, like a Boo character. He looks so much like a Boo, just with more extra limbs or something, or feet. But yeah, there's There's a new Kirby game now, which is great. Air Riders. Oh my gosh, look at the Cheetah Men. Action 52. Didn't realize this was a Cheetah Men until now. A whole bunch of games in there. You get all of these games. Hold on, let me check it out. You get all of these games. Go Bonkers, Dark Sin, Ooze, Starball, Sidewinder, Daytona. Oh man. Young Merlin? I've never played this one. Young Merlin. Kirby's Adventure, look at that. Look at that art. Wow. You don't often see Kirby in this like sort of art. In this color too, like all like ghostly white, like Casper or something. But then in the game, like all pink. But in the art, he's like white as a ghost. Oh, we got some light gun action. Sega CD, Lethal Enforcers. See, like typically, like early '90s, they would use this sort of font style. And I don't know, like a lot of fashion magazines, they would use that kind of font. But I guess like for games, they would also use it for these kind of advertisements too. Until like later on, I think, 95 onwards, they would start using more like crazy looking fonts. Toe Jam and Earl in Panic Funkotron. Genesis. Give me that bass. Give me that funk. Funkotron. Nice. I played so little of Toe Jam and Earl. Didn't quite understand it. Game Gear, Sonic 2. Oh my gosh, Ren and Snippy. Hold on. I think I'll leave this on the screen while I try to search the YouTube app again. I don't know why the YouTube app is not working. Like how it shows my videos live on there. Mortal Kombat OST. Sometimes the message, the arrow would pop up, but then like sometimes they won't. So I'm gonna check again to see if it does. Play all. Wait. Oh, it shows the ad this time. Okay, I'm gonna put play all. Got the ad. Let's hope that this one plays properly. Kind of want to attach the other controller. Whoop. Wrong input. HDMI 1. There you go. Oh, I wonder if it's because it's trying to attach to this TV or something. Let me see if I can actually resize it. I want to show it in the corner so folks can see what is even happening. Right there, it's showing me the error again. All right. Joy-Cons. Skip. Oh, there you go. Now it's playing. So weird that it didn't play before. Oh no, if you're currently using HDMI switch or other similar devices, connecting switch console directly to your TV or monitor may fix the problem. I thought it is connected directly. All right, well, we'll see. All of that continued playing. So far, no sound coming through it for some reason. We don't make the game easier, we make the player tougher. Oh, power plug. Advertisement for power plug. Oh, there's an X-Men game. Super Mario Kart. All right, here's the sports section. I don't know why it's not playing there. I was hoping the using YouTube as an alternative You know what? I think I'll boot up a game. Here, I'll boot up like an N64 game. Maybe go back to Mario Kart and just have Mario Kart play in the background. Doo-doo. Oh, here you go, Zelda. I guess Zelda would make for like a Y2K. I know Majora's Mask was like 2000. Here, let's go into yeah, let's go into Zelda. We'll have the intro continue to loop. Oh my gosh. I was hoping to see Mike Tyson in this game, but nope. No Mike Tyson. Man, I don't know if the sound is even coming through. Oh, there you go. You can hear it now. It's very soft. There you go. Super Star Wars. The Empire Strikes Back. Oh, another Lawnmower Man ad. Speaking of VR, can you face the dark side of virtual reality? I don't think I ever played this game. Lawnmower Man. All my memories of it is just, aside from the movie, is just the video game ads. The ads for the video game for Lawnmower Man. Oh, here's the Ren and Stimpy drawing again. Connect the dots. Let's get a better view of it. Oh, again, the cover's starting to slip apart. Stimpy's invention. Oh my gosh, the sound effects. NBA Jam. That was a classic. He's on fire. Pugsy. Pugsy? Looks almost like a mascot platformer. The stretch, the smack, the switch, the splatter. This is Super Putty. Did they ever add this to the Super Nintendo app? The switch. Flip the switch. The stretch. Think of Stretch Armstrong. I think it's called Stretch Armstrong. the stretching toy. Play with Putty and you'll get popped. Wow. Batman the Animated Series, Game Boy, I think. Judging by the oh yeah, that's Game Boy, yeah. Pro Review. Tennis Tour International. Gotta love the Bruce Timm art. Tiny Toon Adventures. Yeah, surprising that was on Fox Kids and not WB. Because you think of like, you know, Bugs Bunny and stuff. Mad Dog McCree. What's it say? Who shot Johnny Rock? Seems like a mystery game. Western / noir mystery. Live action motion picture CD. F&B games. Oh my gosh, I love this art. I think I remember, I don't know if it's by the same artist or not, but look at this art. Ay caramba. Look at this fantastic looking art. I used to have a book, like a children's book, back in 1993. I even remember the year for that too. 3rd grade. And it was a 3 pigs, like the story of the 3 pigs, you know, and the wolf. And it had art that's very similar to this. Like very, I don't know how else to describe it, like a Picasso style. But it's not very Picasso. and the use of colors is very, like, this reminds me of that art. And I don't know if this is by the same artist or not, but I guess it's roughly around the same era, you know, the same years, 93 and 94. And I think I picked up that book through like a book fair. Like periodically we would have like a book fair, each of the grades in elementary school. And yeah, that was one of the books, The Three Little Pigs. I think I might still have that book up in storage somewhere. Maybe one of these days I'll probably bring it down and have it featured for one of these, like, sort of a display or showcase or thing. I don't know what to call this thing. Okay, we got Super Nintendo. What's this? Funtronics. It's Sears. There's a Sears ad. Maybe that's what they call their game section. I remember going to Sears and playing like demos of Paper Mario and Yoshi's Story, and I forgot what else. Super Mario 64. Sears was like the one store that would have like the demo kiosks, and then you would visit the mall like every month, so I would be able to check out like what new demos they got. Which, let me see if you can move that thing back down. Is it came here? Yeah. Funtronics. That's Sears. Oh, here's his Hook game, based on the movie Hook. Peter Pan and Captain Hook cross their sword with the bloodiest pirate of them all. Critically acclaimed Super Nintendo Hook, now on Genesis and Game Gear. I think the movie was like, I'm trying to remember what year it was. It must have been 1993, because then the game would come out like 1994 or something, or same year as the movie. But there was Hook, and then there was Robin Hood, the one starring oh my gosh, what's his name? I'm blanking out his name now. Just watched Waterworld 1995 like a couple weeks ago. He's also in that, but he's also in that Robin Hood film. Really good film, and featured the song by Richard Marx, Right Here Waiting. Like that was like the lead song, I think, for the romantic scenes and stuff. But yeah, Hook the game. Never played the game, but I enjoyed the movie. Oh my gosh, Eternal Champions. I ruined the artwork. I had to cut through it. This was a cool fighting game. Sega side of things. Man, I destroyed these pages. Super Battle Tank 2. Oh, here's that Dr. Franken game. Good thing this is still in one piece. Dr. Franken. Here's the cover for it for Super Nintendo. I don't know who owns this IP, but I feel like it needs to come back someday. Dr. Franken. Maybe have like a spiritual successor or something. This would make for like a great, like, I don't know, Halloween game to play. If they can add it to like the Switch Online Super Nintendo app, like that would be great. Oh, RoboCop is on this side. RoboCop versus Terminator. Oh, here we go. Game Gear. Terminator 2, Judgment Day, and then RoboCop versus Terminator. I remember playing RoboCop versus Terminator. It was rented. I think it was either on Genesis or Super Nintendo. Neighbor rented it, and then we played that. I think eventually, I don't remember if I recall it correctly, but there was like a Terminator versus Aliens? RoboCop versus Terminator versus Aliens and versus Predator. Like each four of those franchises in one single, like, you know, story. Either that had been just in comic form, or it may have also been like in video game form. But I think for sure I know that RoboCop vs. Terminator was a thing. But I also thought about, you know, that 4 collab thing. So it must have been only comics form if there was no game on it. Here's Asterix. It's an Asterix game. Never played this one. Familiar with the tune. Oh, look at the spread here. Classic. I don't know who the artist is for this was, but it's an image that we used to see a lot back in the early 90s. This X-Men one. So this was X-Men for Game Gear. It looks like it's an ad for the Game Gear version of for X-Men. I played the one for NES, and yeah, this was definitely around the time of like when X-Men was like at its height, especially with the animated series '92 that was air on TV at the time. Fox Kids, along with Power Rangers, The Tick. What else? WB would have the Batman animated series. Double Dragon there, Desert Strike. Oh, I remember this ad here. Crop Circle. Not sure what it's referring to. A game based on touching story of visitors from another planet receiving traditional small town Texas welcome. Oh, here you go. Here's his what. Okay, so it's a game called Ground Zero. I'm not sure what system this is on. Sony ImageSoft. I guess this is around the time when Sony was getting into video games or something. Or just about to. Oh, Sega CD, no wonder. Howdy. Watch out for those aliens. Face the future. That is T1000. Microcosm. Oh my gosh. Taking a test, but then you have the Game Boy, Game Gear out. Gearworks. Oh. Issues of GamePro or strategy guides. Last Action Hero. It's an ad for Last Action Hero. The game. See Arnold Schwarzenegger. Sure, it's just a game. Great movie, by the way. Very film fan-esque. It's like a movie for full film fans. I haven't watched it for a long time. Cliffhanger. The game based on the movie. Sylvester Stallone. I hope they don't hit my Jeep. Don't hit my Jeep. Cliffhanger. Sure, it's just a game. Oh my gosh, it looks like Contra or something. Pretty cool art. Oh, there's a Dracula one. Based on Dracula, the film. Was it Sega CD? Or Super Nintendo? Must have been Super Nintendo. Nobunaga's Ambition. Look at. Oh, this is that game that they added to the Super Nintendo app for Switch Online. Nobunaga's Ambition from Koei. Lots of Koei titles have been added to the Super Nintendo app this past week or so, or a couple weeks. Eye of the Beholder, Capcom. Data East Side Pocket. Romance of the Three Kingdoms 3. Dragon of Destiny. Yeah, that was another one that they added, I think. One of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, based on the old legend. The Dracula one, though. Get screenshots from the film. That's gotta be like Sega CD, if I recall. So it's got like cinematics. Oh my gosh, Crash Dummies. I remember the Crash Dummies used to have their own live-action show. I forgot what it's even called now. But it's mostly like comedy style. Crash Dummies, the game. Yeah, I remember seeing episodes of it on TV. Must have been like UPN channel or something. Oh, Soldiers of Fortune, Burnt Toast. In this game, it's either you, them, or you. Oh my gosh. Go for the gold. Winter Olympic Games. Wow. The way this is laid out, the graphics reminds me of Ski Free on Windows. Be careful of this part here. Gosh, the pages. Yeah, it reminds me of Ski Free. Winter Olympic Games for Game Boy. Up, here's the Japan only section. Trying to sort this out real quick. Battle Master, Rushing Beat Shooter, Hokuto no Ken. Oh, this is the Fist of the North Star. Yeah, because I remember these characters. Yeah, this is basically Fist of the North Star. It's a pencil marking there. Yeah, this Kenshiro. Let's see what it says here. Roughly translated as Fist of the Great Bear, as in the Big Dipper Great Bear. Rest assured that this game will have a new name if and when Toei Animation releases it stateside. This straight-up one-on-one fighting game features familiar gameplay, and the action is silky smooth. Oh. I remember there was a Fist of the North Star game that released on the NES, and my neighbor had it. Never got to play it though. But yeah, this is Fist of the North Star here. Battle Master. Capcom fighting game. Interesting. No, this is not Capcom. They don't say which company or which developer it is. Here's the Mario. Here's the Wario and Mario. Mario and Wario. Not the other way around. Japan only released, and I was mentioning last night about how they could just put this out for the Switch 2 and then have us use like the Joy-Con 2's mouse mode for this game, because this basically uses the mouse for the Super Nintendo, and this would make a whole lot of sense if they port this over to Switch Online or Switch 2 and then use the Joy-Con mouse mode. But yeah, it's like the first time that I ever get to see like Wario. This is even before like even, I'm not sure it was like before or after when Wario was introduced. But I thought this was like one of the first times I've seen like Wario. Oh no, I take that back, because like before, it was definitely roughly around like 93 or 94 when I would start seeing the commercials on TV about that would feature Wario. And then he would say like, "It's me, Wario." Like that commercial would play on TV a whole lot. So that must have been the other like Super Mario Land 2 or something, or whichever it was. So here's the spread for that Battletoads Double Dragon again. Very cool there. Now you're in double trouble. Battletoads Double Dragon Classic. We'll play this in co-op, Super Nintendo, and I think my neighbors and my uncle. We both play together. I think it's much easier with co-op. You have someone to play with. That way, when someone goes down, like there's another chance of reviving with the other person. But playing it solo, oof, it's rough playing it solo. Street Fighter 2 Turbo, and then Special Championship Edition. I love that art of Guile. I think I recall trying to draw this one time before, which came out alright. Sports Turbo controllers here. Oh, here's the Lufia ad. There's Vega, Smart Pro, and then there's Lufia, Part 1, Super Nintendo, Taito, and the Fortress of Doom, vast RPG world and stunning graphics. Oh, which one's this? Oh, here's that Safari game. Never got to play this one. So it was this issue, the same issue. Goof Troop. Assuming it's the Super Nintendo. Game says Dungeon Explorer 2 for the Duo. Never knew anyone that had a Duo. Apparently this was developed by Hudson Soft. Hudson Soft, interesting. Wow. They even have a multi-tap. Super CD-ROM system. Really cool looking art. Mario All-Stars, Final Fight 2. Chuck Rock 2. Son of Chuck. Game Gear. Jurassic Park. Mortal Kombat 1 for Game Gear or Game Genie. Shinobi. Super Chase HQ. Supernova. Everything was super back then. Lots of supers. Oh, the Kmart ad. GamePro $1 mail-in rebate. Wow. EA Sports $3 mail-in rebate. Get $3 off every EA Sports game you buy at Kmart. And $1 off GamePro magazine. Oh man, Samurai Showdown. Hold on. We got some GamePro art for these characters here. I used to like Samurai Showdown. Maybe not a whole... I mean, I like it a lot, but not as much as like Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter. This was another like fighting series I totally forgot about. Or maybe not, just hadn't thought much of. But I played it recently, went back to it to play it recently for a moment. Like for like one match, I think, with a friend. And couldn't figure out the character for... Couldn't figure out the moves for the character that I was using. I think I was using this guy here. Whatever his name is. But man, the art for this is pretty neat. This guy would have a dog, and he would send the dog out to attack the other player. Galford, yeah, was it Galford that his name was? Yeah, right there, it says right there. Galford. Charlotte. Some more art there. GamePro would always have like this unique art style. I want to showcase that. Which I hate for. Genon. Should I pronounce him? Hanzo was the ninja guy. Sadly, there's no art for him. Jude. Good old Samurai Showdown. I think they came back with a new entry. It was for mobile. And I think they put it over to Steam or something. Ukyo Tachipana. And then Nakururu. I remember her. She was like pretty prominent, I think, within the Samurai Showdown series. One Fu with a big sword. Strategy guides for Street Fighter 2. Super Mario World Game Street Kits. Wow. These are... Oh, I'm assuming these are GamePro specific ones. Oh, I remember this one here. I remember this art. Guy out there with the front, at the front with the fist. Blow him away. Oh my gosh, look at the art. Power up with the SN program pad from STD. I don't know what's happening with the Game Gear there. Watch out for the STD. Oh, there's a spread here for Lunar Superstar. Check out the character designs there. It's pretty neat. Lunar Silver Star. Neat little RPG with cinematics. Kangaskhan. Shadowgate beyond Shadowgates. Gulp. I need to continue doing like the gulp sound effect, where it's you just gotta say it out loud, like the gulp, instead of the action, you gotta like say the word gulp. Gulp, it's real. Wait, what game is this? It's on Panasonic Reel, Sea of Cortez, it looks like. Sea of Cortez. Okay, never played this one. You're diving in Sea of Cortez, where manta rays, barracudas, and pufferfish swim gracefully around you. What's a pufferfish, you ask? Just click it on the screen and you'll find out. So it's like an adventure game. Pretty neat little art there. Pro News. Oh my gosh. Is that Steven Seagal? It is Steven Seagal. For the final option, Steven Seagal's been working behind the scenes instead of in front of the cameras. Okay. 3DO. Oh yeah, that's what it was. 3DO. Oh man, look at this art here. Lost Dimension. I think this was the one where it had a really strange looking background. Oh, was this? Oh, I think we're supposed to play this game with like some sort of a 3D glasses. Yeah, I remember this one. I've seen it in action, but I love the artwork here, which reminds me of a book that I once read. Something about Mars or something. Let's get this in better view. Be careful not to knock things over here. We're probably reaching the end of this issue soon. There we go. Kind of see it. Top 10 video game rentals. NES. Oh, this is from Blockbuster. So in the year 1994, January, NES, you get Tecmo Super Bowl, Jurassic Park, Tetris 2. Super Nintendo, you had Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Yep, those were definitely the top two. And nothing else stands out aside from like sports. Disney's Aladdin, RoboCop vs. Terminator at number 10, World Heroes at number 9. NES still had Battletoads Double Dragon, Ultimate Team, Mario's Missing, Kirby's Adventure, Tetris 2, Jurassic Park, Bubble Bobbles Part 2. So Genesis had Aladdin, Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter 2 Special Championship Edition. That's basically Sega's Turbo. Then RoboCop vs. Terminator, Splatterhouse 3. I think it was exclusive to the Genesis for console side. Sega CD would have Spider-Man vs. the King Pit, Sleepheed, Bram Stoker's Dracula, Night Trap. Ooh, oh, when Night Trap was the hot new game there. Batman Returns, which is also on other systems. Well, yeah, good old Blockbuster. What are you playing at? Micro Machines, Fantasy Dizzy, Cosmic Spacehead, and Dino Basher. Oh man, yes, here's the more GamePro art. Very comic style. That's what I like about the GamePro art. It's got a very comic-y look to it. Some more of the writers there. Hack and Slash. Scary Larry. Looks like I used one of the cutouts to subscribe, I guess. But then the SWAT Pro. Yeah, GamePro magazine and then SWAT Pro. Pugsy. 1993. Kick some liquid metal butts. There's a Terminator 2 ad here. They're now coming out with another Terminator 2 game for the modern audience, but also making it look like a retro retro looking game, which is made to look like it was made back in the day, but like with modern mind, so to speak, in modern fashion, I mean. But pixelated graphics and, you know, achievement system and all that, you know, widescreen. It's Battletoads to Star Trek. Oh man, we're about like 4 hours in. We've already made it past like the amount of time that we spent on the previous stream. But man, I don't know how many magazines we've gone through so far. But I feel like I need to end it soon because it's getting really late. So GamePro there, Yoshi's Cookie, Tecmo Sports, Super Bowl there. Popular rental game. Sidekicks. I think of Sidekicks the movie. But apparently this is a game here. Adidas brand. Super Star Wars. What's up, Doc? Some more Mortal Kombat art. GamePro style. Look at that Goro. Goro's having a good time with whatever he's doing with you know, that character there. Sonya Blade. I think it looks like Kano's trying to help Sonya or something, while Raiden is trying to block him off. It's a weird one. Oh, gotta watch out for this bird. Win the ultimate gaming rig, worth over $18,000 in prize. Super Scope, Sega system, big screen TV. There's the Game Genie. Now this is the ad that I would see a lot of here. With the hands raise up the Game Genie box. Gear up, new Game Genie for Game Gear. Pretty neat. Excellent. I think of Bill and Ted. Excellent. How do they say that? Oh, another art. GamePro art. Street Fighter this time. Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Must have been an issue that was like prior to this one. Art of Fighting. This guy looked like Van Damme right there. There was another Van Damme movie called Double Impact, and this looks like how he looks like in Double Impact. Whichever year that came out. Definitely before 94, I think. Like either 93, 94, maybe even 92. But that looks a lot like Van Damme right there in Double Impact. It's gonna be based on it. Art of Fighting. Takara. Another popular fighting game amongst the neighborhood. Wiz and Liz. Genesis. Master of the game. Oh, I like how the black and white versions of this art looks like here. Street Fighter 2 Turbo. There's a cool spot. The game that I mentioned before. There's the cover of it in black and white. Cool spot. I don't know if there were any ads in any of these magazines. Possibly like an issue prior to this. Ending it in with its Pirates ad again. Man, I feel like if we continue to go on, it'll probably be all through the night and into the morning. Oh, there's Clay Fighter. There's no Clay Fighter, Art of Fighting, and then Tournament Fighters for $51. Don't forget to ask about our specials as low as $19.99. Game Discount Warehouse, GDW. And this is a cool graphic. Game Gear accessories. Pretty cool art style there. Kick. Kaboosh. Handy gear. Alright. I think there was supposed to be another page, but I guess it must have not been kept. So I just used the tape to tape whatever's left of it on the back. But yeah, this is probably like the oldest issue that I have. Man, we didn't even get to go to the next issues. But I think I'll probably close it out here since it's like 4 a.m. And yeah, hopefully the video is still marked as April 3rd. But we'll see. I don't know. I'll try to keep it on Discovery here. This will possibly be the thumbnail, unless it's a different thumbnail that I set for YouTube. But yeah, thanks all for joining. I'm not sure what I'll have for tomorrow. I could come back to do some more magazines. Yeah, I think I might actually do some more magazines. I do want to hop on earlier tomorrow, and I'll try to find my Nintendo Power if I can. If I can't, then we'll just probably just continue to do the rest of the magazines and just go through them. But I'll be sure to mark them. By marking, I mean like the title of the stream according to what it is or what it's gonna be. I'm not sure if I want to include the old drawings though. I do have them underneath, and there's probably another sketch pad that's like, you know, in queue, ready to show too. But I may possibly just have that sectioned to its own session, so just to keep it more organized. And then maybe the Nintendo Power stuff, as well as the game. Let's see, Nintendo Power and Nintendo Force magazines to maybe its own session, or maybe separate those two. I don't know what I'm gonna do for that, but we'll see. I don't know. Anyways, thanks all for hanging out. This will be archived to YouTube, and yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with some more magazines. I guess we still gotta get through a few more, as you can see here. Yep, some more Mortal Kombat stuff. This is when Mortal Kombat 3 comes out. This is like one of the first issues that had Mortal Kombat 3 related stuff. Some game fan there, Sonic 3D Blast. So yeah, more magazine stuff to come. Yeah, gonna take off for now. Have yourselves a wonderful night and or day. I'll see you in the next one. Later.